Ừ. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, so we are just waiting for our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to join. Once he joins, we will start immediately with our session.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone.
Valvankar sir, सुरुवात झाली? Have you started?
Uh, Good morning, everyone. And this is the first day of our National Wetland Conference. I request now Naina to start with the inaugural function. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, has also joined. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naina Elawat, and I'm a student of Geography Department, University of Mumbai. It is an honor to welcome you all to this national conference on protecting wetlands for our common future under the Clean Creek movement organized by University of Mumbai in association with Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal, EnviroVigil, Mangrove and Marine Biodiversity Conservation Foundation of Maharashtra, and Association of Teachers in Biological Science on the occasion of World Wetlands Day, which is held on 2nd Feb. This year's theme of the Wetland Day celebration is Protecting Wetlands for Common Future. So, before we begin, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our organizers, speakers, and all attendees who have taken the time to be part of this crucial discussion. To mark the beginning of the conference, I kindly request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Please remain standing for the Maharashtra song.
महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा भीतीन आम्हा तुझी मुळी कडकडणाऱ्या नभा अस्मानाच्या सुलतानीला जबाब देती जिभा सह्याद्रीचा सिंह गर्जतो शिवशंभू राजा
दरी दरीतून नाद गुंजला महाराष्ट्र माझा
जय महाराष्ट्र माझा गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा
काळ्या छातीवरी कोरली अभिमानाची लेणी
ओलादी मनगटे खेळती खेळ जीव घेणी
दारिद्र्याच्या उन्हात शिजला
निधळाच्या घामाने भिजला, देश गौरवासाठी झिजला. दिल्लीचेही रक्त गाणी तो महाराष्ट्र माझा. जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा, गरजा महाराष्ट्र माझा. जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा.
Now we'll play the university song.
इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी. निष्ठोऽपि भूयाद्वयम् युवा स्याद् वरिष्ठो युवा स्याद् वरिष्ठो युवा ध्येयनिष्ठोऽपि भूयाद्वयम् यदि स्यात् युवा राष्ट्रकर्तव्यनिष्ठा समानेकतत्त्वं हि लोकत्रयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम्. वन्दामहे भारतं पूजनीयं स्वदेशात् परं नास्ति देवालयम्. वन्दामहे भारतं पूजनीयं स्वदेशात् परं नास्ति देवालयम्. अत्रैव सर्वे प्रतिष्ठापयामो ममत्वेन सार्धं समत्वं वयम्. शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् इदं सुन्दरं मन्दिरं शारदाया मुम्बापुरी विश्वविद्यालयम्. कलाशास्त्रवाणिज्यशाखादिरूढा अमूढा विमुक्ता विहङ्गा वयम्. शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम् शृण्वन्तु सर्वे दृढं निश्चयम्
Now, now, to begin with, I would like to invite Dr. Aparna Fatke to introduce the Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Dr. Ravinder Kulkarni, who is the chief guest of today's inaugural.
Thank you so much, Naina, for giving me this opportunity. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir Professor Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni. He is a senior professor. He is a senior professor at ICT Mumbai. Right now, he is in a leadership role. He is a vice chancellor of University of Mumbai. He has also served as a pro vice chancellor of University of Mumbai. But apart from this, he is also a chairperson for the steering committee of National Education Policy for the entire state of Maharashtra. He has actually has served in several leadership roles at national and international levels as well as at the state level. Sir has 3 decades of teaching experience. He has published some 80 to 100 research, you can say, articles and book chapters in uh, highly recognized national and international publications. Sir has 7 patents in his credits, and Sir has at least some 30 to 40 consultancy projects which were with various organizations. Uh, if we try to look at him, when he was a pro vice chancellor for the University of Mumbai, it was his leadership which could lead the university to newer heights, and the A++ grade was basically we could receive because of his constant efforts and his constant inspiration. Right now, Sir is also leading the carbon neutral campus movement for our University of Mumbai. And as a part of this particular movement, we are here. We are celebrating the International Wetlands Day, that is generally on 2nd February. But we are celebrating it as on 31st and 1st. So, Sir has given a solid support. He's a constant inspiration for all kinds of green efforts we have initiated at the University of Mumbai. And definitely under his leadership, we are going to expand these efforts, and we are also going to the affiliated colleges. And Sir has been a strong pillar of all the good academics, research, and climate change and sustainability related activities in the University of Mumbai. Sir, on behalf of all the organizers, I welcome you, and I really thank you for giving your valuable time for us. Over to you now.
Thank you, Aparna ma'am, for the wonderful introduction. Now, it is my honor to invite Professor Dr. Ravindra Kulkarni sir to share his thoughts.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, uh, all the dignitaries who have joined online for this World Wetland Day celebration. So, let me extend sincere appreciation to Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal, Department of Geography, the uh, Carbon Neutral Campus team for taking up such wonderful initiative. Uh, like it has been a second successive year where we are celebrating Wetland Day. In fact, that has prompted us to take enough care take utmost care to preserve wetland which is existing at university campus. In fact, I could get good news from this carbon neutral campus group that this wetland uh, has witnessed some new birds over last 15 days, and they would be going for all they would be going for watching birds very soon, so as to take up a entire strategic survey of the biodiversity in terms of bird, flora, and fauna of this campus itself. However, we are also required to be very much attentive in terms of taking care for this wetland. If we register uh, various features of the wetland at an appropriate time, then this particular land can be easily registered as a wetland at Government of Maharashtra and Government of India. So I do understand that having such functions on a regular basis, we would be in a position to register this wetland very soon. And with that, probably our responsibility of preserving and undertaking necessary conservation measures, efforts to preserve this wetland, which is very much essential uh, for maintaining the balance of ecosystem, maintaining the balance of the entire uh, biodiversity that we have at Kalina campus, which is at the like the Kalina campus is at the heart of the Mumbai. And if we preserve biodiversity properly, if we preserve wetland properly, if we undertake necessary initiatives so as to promote our campus completely carbon neutral, then probably we would serve our beloved Mumbai city in much better way. That is really essential because probably the Karina campus can serve as a oxygen house for entire Mumbai in terms of providing a very sustainable uh, biodiversity planet University of Mumbai Kalina campus. The carbon neutral green group is undertaking lot of initiatives and undertaking now in undertaking plan for development of climate action plan for university campus. It could be in terms of developing Miyawaki forest. It could be in terms of developing single-use plastic-free campus. It could be in terms of recycling the wastewater uh, that leads ultimately to the conservation of water only. It could be in terms of developing multiple rainwater systems. Right now, we have only one, but multiplying that rainwater system and integrating it with the wastewater treatment system at the same time will provide uh, a lot of support in preserving the biodiversity and providing the carbon neutral push. And then we also would like to see that we would have lot of solar energy covered campus at University of Mumbai. Thane sub campus, we have already started establishing 100 kilowatt power solar plant. So in that way, Thane sub campus has already moved in terms of utilization of renewable energy, and we very soon we will have similar initiatives at Kalina campus as well. So that will make uh, probably our Kalina campus even better in terms of renewable energy utilization. So whether it's an energy, whether it's water, whether it's air, at whether it's a solid waste management and its recovery, at every front, we would like to take utmost care so as to make our campus really beautiful, sustainable, and probably the most safer one for coming generations. So with celebration of World Wetland Day, let us take up all the initiatives on a very large scale. And I again extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers of World Wetland Day conference, and I extend my best wishes for the grand success of this conference. Thank you. Over to organizers.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insightful thoughts with us. I now call upon Dr. Aparna Phadke to say a few words about the conference.
Thank you, Naina. So last year also we had organized this conference with Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal on the World's Wetland Day. This year also, with the guidance of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, we are organizing this conference. And for this year's conference, the theme is protecting wetlands for our common future. These themes are basically decided by the Ramsar Convention, and the same themes are also picked by Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal every year to focus upon different dimensions and aspects of wetland and wetland conservation. The sub-themes for the conference are watershed management for wetlands and revival of rivers, conserving estuarine systems for food security, quantitating the ecosystem services of wetland and tourism. The wetland is aimed at spreading awareness towards the pressing issues related with wetland, climate change, biodiversity depletion, and so many other local, regional, national, and international environmental issues that are going to be threatening, that are going to be really threatening the human existence. So all these issues, to address all these issues, the conference aims at spreading the awareness, but not only the awareness, but also encourage students to pick up the research themes, encourage students to also visit the wetlands. Prior to this wetland, we have also conducted four types of, you can say, competitions: photography competition, then documentary making competition. All these competitions were basically meant for encouraging the students, because it's not really possible to encourage the students like for research. If each and every student cannot pick up a research, but they can definitely contribute through various kinds of creative, you can say, activities. So this time we also had creative placard as one of the competition. And so and we have a very comprehensive response as well. At least 150 registrations we have received so far, apart from the photography and other kind of a competition. So this is an overwhelming response, and obviously Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal has really worked very hard for that. Dr. Rupali Shahiwale specifically. So now uh, we will begin with the keynote address. And before that, I take over to Naina. So I request all the audience, all the participants to enjoy, have great deliberations, discussions, because we are going to have so many experts with us. So I request all of you to have a very fruitful kind of a discussions and take many things with you, and also go for the social action and environmental action. Thank you so much. Over to you, Naina.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your expertise. Moving ahead, I would now like to invite Sumchi, ma'am, to introduce our next respected speaker, Dr. Deepak Apte.
Good morning, everybody. It's an honor and a pleasure to invite Dr. Apte, who is an adherent environmentalist, esteemed marine biologist, and our keynote speaker today. Dr. Deepak Apte holds a doctorate in zoology with specialization in marine ecology. He has done his doctorate work from University of Mumbai. He has also done, in addition to his doctorate, he has done post-graduation degrees in the field of integrated coastal zone management from AIT Bangkok, marine policy from Duke University, USA. Dr. Deepak is currently the managing director of Srushti Conservation Foundation and also appointed by Asian Development Bank as a consultant to assist Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change for G20 preparative work in the space of land degradation, biodiversity framework, and marine and coastal biodiversity. Before joining the Srishti Conservation Foundation, Dr. Deepak has completed his 28 years tenure at Bombay Natural History Society, of which he was a director and chief operating officer for 8 years. His wildlife career spans over 3.5 decades and contributed greatly to the development of several policies at national and international levels, such as CMC, CBD, SGD, Goal 14 of post 2020 and UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development as a principal scientist, he has implemented more than 500 major projects, written over 100 popular articles, framed more than 1,000 training programs, have edited 35, have been part of editorials, and has written 35 technical reports. Beside traversing length and breadth of the India's wildlife landscape and seascape, he has also traveled to about 50 countries for scientific and academic work, as well as presenting and participating in international seminars and conferences. His work in Lakshadweep archipelago has recently paved way to establishing 3 community reserves under the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, with a total of 675 square kilometers of coral reef area. Dr. Deepak has described 7 new species, and 4 species has been given his name as a contribution towards his finding and conservation to biodiversity. Being such an eminent marine biologist, he has been a recipient of prestigious Green Oscar, Whiteley Award, and 3 Whiteley Continuation Award for his work on coral reefs and his work on giant clams, which are specific in the Lakshadweep Island. He has also been awarded a Global Fellowship in Marine Conservation by the Duke University, USA. He is also a fellow of Lead India and International Visitors Program, USA. He is recipient of Vasundhara Green Teachers Award and Tarun Lakwani Rotary Award for Environmental Conservation, as well as Thane Rotary Club Award in the field of environmental education. A well-received author, Dr. Deepak has to his credit 7 books and 90 scientific papers in the field of coastal and marine diversity, with a cumulative impact factor of 100, and in prestigious journals like Nature, Evolution, Ecological Indicators, Zoo Taxa, European Journal of uh, Taxonomy, to few the name. Dr. Deepak is currently a member of key committees of the Government of India, such as the chairman, he is a former chairman of Expert Appraisal Committee of CRZ, Infrastructure, Port Harbour, Industrial Estate, National Highway of Ministry of Environmental, Forestry and Climate Change. He is also committee member as a part of advisory committee for the impact of assessment policy of Ministry of Environmental, Forestry and Climate Change, GOI. He is also a member of Monitoring Evaluation Committee of the Ministry of Environmental Forestry, member of Task Force for Rationalization of EC for Industrial Estates, and Ministry of Environmental Forestry. He is also a member of the National Council of Science Museum, Ministry of Culture, member of State Wildlife Board of Andaman and Nicobar. He is a convener of Syllabus Committee of Master's Program in Maritime Studies at University of Mumbai. He is a jury member of Blue Flag Beach Certification and member committee of Damage Assessment to Wetland of Navi Mumbai, Government of Maharashtra. He was former member of Forest Advisory Committee of the Ministry of Environmental Forestry and Climate Change, Government of India. As a director of Bombay Natural History Society, Dr. Deepak was a former member for several key committees of the Government of India, such as the National Board of Wildlife, Bird Control Committee of Ministry of Civil Aviation, State Wildlife Boards of Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, Governing Council member of SACON, Wildlife Institute of India Society, Central Asia Flyover, to name a few. He is also an executive committee member um, regarding the National Vulture Recovery Program and trustee of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, the famous museum of Mumbai. He is an accomplished underwater photographer with over 5,000 hours of diving experience. He also has over 3 decades work experience working across the states and various landscapes and seascapes in India. It's an honor to introduce you, sir, and welcome to our conference on wetland. I now request you to deliver your keynote address. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna ji, for a very elaborate introduction. Let me just share a few slides. I'm going to kind of, give a different perspective. Uh, can everybody see? Yeah, okay. Is my PPT visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
All right, thank you. Well, I have seen the program and I have noticed that there are, much more, I would say, proficient speakers on the wetland per se. I saw Ritesh going to probably speak tomorrow. He's a living encyclopedia of wetlands. I'm going to give a slightly a broader context and perspective for these young students who soon will graduate, postgraduate, and venture into a world which is going to be very, very different. It's going to be a changing planet, and I'm going to just give 7 to 8 slides is to what really the crux that we need to understand when it comes to whether it's wetland, grassland, forest, or oceans, etc., etc. Well, I think we need to first understand a bit of a background of, and we need to do a little bit of research to have a wider perspective of the topics, that we usually debate in conservation realm. Well, it's a beautiful planet Earth. There is no question about it, and it has got some of the best secrets that nature can, tell us. And it's always said that nature is the best teacher. But if you look at the history of evolution of Earth per se, forget about human being, it has been a part of some of the very, very violent events that has occurred over 2 billion years of Earth's age. It's a beautiful planet at the end of the day, with rich in flora and fauna and some absolutely amazing, aspect that you can witness if you had an opportunity to travel through forests or underwater or, on the rims of wetlands. But we need to also understand uh, that it's a very, very crowded planet. Uh, it's crowded by the wildlife and it's crowded by the human being. We all share the limited space that we have. Uh, uh, in sea, we have 70% of the ocean, 30% is the land, but yet it is extremely crowded planet. It's also connected planet. We need to understand that we cannot decide on the fate of, say, a location without understanding the broader connectivity. For example, you have seen these marine mammals, for example, traveling across more than 20, 30,000 kilometers each year for foraging to the, birthing areas. So is the case of sea turtles, which travel again, 20, 30,000 kilometers in open oceans, featureless oceans, I would say, and come back to the same place, females, especially for the nesting. We are also connected as a human society. You can see on the left hand side, just see the live traffic for 2 hours over Europe. How many flights are there? So we are constantly on a move as a human society. So are the birds. If you see on right hand side, the image which I'm showing by cursor, birds also move from point A to point B for various purposes as a part of their life cycle. So it's a connected planet, and we cannot think of taking conservation actions in isolation in a highly connected planet that we have today. We also have, for example, the ship traffic. You look at the cargo movement that's happening, across. This is a small piece of between east coast of India to Myanmar and Thailand. Look at the kind of ship traffic we have. So we have all kinds of movements happening of human societies as well as wildlife that we have, indicating that it's a highly connected planet, but it's also extremely vulnerable planet. We may think that it is beyond humans to do damage to this planet, but that's not the case. We are quite capable of doing extremely high damage to the planet. It's an extremely vulnerable planet because its evolution is over a course of 2 billion years, and there is a very delicate balance that happens on the planet Earth for various purposes. Be it monsoon. We have 3 seasons. Fortunately, many countries only have 2 seasons, but yet there is a very fine-tuned, delicate balance between the environment and the living things out there. If you look at, for example, our Indian coast, it's a changing coast. And that's the beauty of the planet Earth, that there are no systems which are stagnant when it comes to our planet. It's always dynamic. It's always changing. Like our coast, for example, what you see this, garland, like this whole around the Indian coastline. In fact, this is one of our, report that we released about 10 years ago. And this indicates all kinds of different infrastructure projects and then, fishing communities, etc., etc., all along our coast. So our coast has a necklace of problems, and our oceans, therefore, and the wetlands which are inland, very close to the coast, are going to have impacts, both positive and negative, when it comes to the context of changing coast. Uh, and the real test for us today as a human society is that uh, climate change is going to add and further aggravate uh, you know uh, whatever conservation debates that we have, and it has to be understood that one shoe does not fit all sizes. We cannot have one universal solution for the problems that today we speak about. These problems will be site specific, and solutions also will be site specific. Therefore, while on one side we make policies which are kind of overarching, uh, for example, coastal regulation zone, which is an overarching policy, but the solutions will be site specific. You may apply the principal tenets of CRZ, but we will have to find solutions which are very site specific. Therefore, adapting to changing climate, I think, is the only way for us to survive in this extremely changing and highly vulnerable planet. Uh, we have been adapting to climate change. Is my screen still visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. We are adapting to climate change since pre-human era, and climate change is not new to the Earth per se, planet Earth per se. It's new to us as Homo sapiens, but it is not new to planet Earth. If you see the last 6 extinction events, the currently ongoing the extinction event, out of those, 3 are directly attributed to climate change much before Homo sapiens actually appeared on planet Earth. So Earth has seen changing climate for several million years. So it's not something very new to planet Earth. And the response today see by the Earth, planet Earth, to the changes in climate change is very interesting. Today we debate a lot about increasing frequency of cyclones, for example, on the west coast of India. There's increased intensity of cyclones on the east coast of India. I think it's the Earth is trying to realign itself to the changing climate. The context very important for us to understand that we need to adapt to these changes if we have to survive uh, the vagaries of the climate change that will come and that will hit very hard to our next generation. Therefore, this is a new phase of adaptations, that we have not thought about. Uh, all ecosystems have various roles to play. So are the wetlands, and I'm sure you will debate about wetlands, its benefits to larger human society in next 2 days. But we are into a changing climate. We cannot control climate. There may be debates in IPCC going on for last 30, IPCC meetings, and these are mostly about how much money I can shell out to deal with climate. That's not going to solve our crime problem. Even if we decide to come down our emissions today to zero, we will still require another 100 years to get whatever carbon we have in the atmosphere. So it's basically we need to adapt to the changing this climate, and there is this is the only proactive way of dealing uh, with the climate related issues that we have, be it drought, be it excessive rains. These patterns are changing. These are extremely unpredictable times when it comes to human society. And it's not just economic uncertainties, but these are the climate uncertainties, which are far more riskier. And these will derive and this will drive the economic growth and aspirations of our young generation. So we have to be mindful of that the climate is changing, and the only way we can deal with this is adapt and realign ourselves with the climate realities that we have today. And it will only get worse with time in years to come. And I think that's my simple and small message, that we can discuss about this whole ecosystems, etc. But at the end of the day, I think the key topic that university I will and since Honorable VC is has addressed us, and he was speaking about climate neutral campuses. It's a great idea. But besides, alongside with climate neutral, campuses, we need to reach out to the young generation and have a special topic on resilience of communities when it comes to climate change. Without these kids being exposed to the resilience aspect and how they can deal with these uncertainties of climate, they will have a hard time in dealing with this very rapidly changing scapes across the planet. Thank you very much for inviting me for this keynote speaker. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take at this point of time. I'm sorry I could not put my video on, and I have to speak from my mobile because there are certain restrictions of use of Zoom on the laptops that we use for ministry meeting. I think there are some conflicting this software, some issues are there. So apologies for that. Uh, with this, I think you have a great 2 day deliberations. Do take some key lessons, but do focus on building resilience. You will require it very much in years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving the knowledge and valuable insights. And anybody want to ask any question, then you can ask.
Yeah, so if anyone is having any kind of a question, they can raise the.
I think they will have more questions, after some more technical sessions to come. Yeah, so if there are no questions, Dr. Aparna ma'am, I think you can proceed with the next session.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, I thank you so much. It was such a valuable insight. I request all participants to put on their cameras so that we can have a click with our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and also with Dr. Deepak Apte, our keynote speaker.
I'm sorry, madam, my video will not turn on. I tried. In fact,
Okay,
my
sir.
audio is also not turning on. I'm
Okay,
speaking from my mobile and screening from my
okay,
laptop.
sir.
So maybe I can try to just let me try to switch this off and join from mobile. Let me see. Let me see if I can click my mobile video. Yeah, mobile is.
I request all participants to please. Yes. I request all the participants to please put on your camera so that we can have a photo. Thank you so much for coming here, sir. Uh, I request Naina to take over. Naina.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we will begin the technical session 1.
Uh, uh, Now we will proceed with the vote of thanks, and I request Dr. Nisha Shah, madam, to offer vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It is my great honor to be here today to offer a sincere vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee for this inaugural session of 25th Clean Creek Movement Conference organized by Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal on the occasion of World Wetland Day entitled Protecting Wetland for Our Common Future. I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, Professor Ravindra Kulkarni, for his vision and support. We really appreciate your taking time out, sir, from your busy schedule and gracing this occasion. I'm deeply grateful to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Deepak Apte, Managing Director of Srishti Conservation Foundation, whose insightful presentation set the tempo for the conference and the discussion that follows. Special thanks are accorded to Dr. Vishwanath Patil, Director of National Center of Nanoscience and Nanotechnology, University of Mumbai, for the comfortable venue and its attendant infrastructure. A special mention with gratitude to the staff of NCNN for their active cooperation. I would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to Mr. Shinkar and Mr. Mangesh Gurav of DICT for enabling the digital platform and providing technical support. Mr. Ashok Gule, Deputy Registrar of GAD, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for your enthusiastic support in our co-curricular activities as well as for the infrastructure support extended by your department. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nisha ma'am. We will now begin the technical session 1, where we will explore more about the topic.
So here actually we declare that the inaugural session is over, and we are really thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and Dr. Deepak Apte for coming and spending their valuable time and sharing such a great insight. Their insights must have really triggered, some positive actions in the minds of the younger generation who is attending this particular conference. Thank you so much. We will take a 5 minutes break and we will start with the technical session 1, which is an online technical session. Thank you so much.
So we will now begin the technical session 1, where we'll explore more about the topic. So to begin with, I now invite Dr. Hina Alam to introduce our respected lead speaker, Dr. Nandini Deshmukh.
Thank you, Naina, for inviting me to introduce Dr. Nandini, Madam. Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce today's guest speaker, Dr. Nandini Nerurkar, Madam. Dr. Nandini, Madam, is a retired professor who now dedicates her time to education, offering valuable insights as an educator, and he did his BSc in 1974, first class with distinction from the University of Mumbai. His master's in marine zoology in 1976, first class with distinction from the University of Mumbai. He did his PhD in 1983, and she received various awards in his credit, such as National Scholarship Awards in 1974 and Best Teacher Award from University of Mumbai in 2007 and Lifetime Achievement Award in 2003. She has 30 years of teaching experience in the University of Mumbai at graduation and post-graduation level. Currently, she is working on 3 E's, that is environment, education, and empowerment of the women. She is also a well-known writer. She has published 12 books for environmental projects and 2 books for NEET examination in her credit. She has also published 14 scientific research papers in different national and international journals, more than 300 popular sciences articles in magazine, newspaper, and periodicals. And now I invite Dr. Nandini ma'am to deliver the talk on the topic watershed management for the wetland and revival of the river. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Madam, you are on mute, madam.
Yes, ma'am, you're not audible actually.
Oh, yeah. Now is it okay, fine?
Yeah, ma'am, it's fine now.
Yeah. So I said that before I begin, all the dignitaries and my dear students, because I'm always connected with students and I allow to communicate with them. So let me first thank Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal for considering me as an expert, which I am not. I'm not expert in watershed management or river rejuvenation, but I am a humble worker and a trainer and an educator who had shifted from hustle bustle of Mumbai, where I lived my 65 years of life, and now I have settled down in a village which is nearly 550 kilometers away from Mumbai. And hence, I keep my fingers crossed that I hope this internet doesn't conk off in between, because electricity and internet is always a problem in this part of the world, though we talk of development, vikas, or whatever. So, I'm here today to speak about watershed management and river rejuvenation. Let me share my presentation. One sec. Okay. So the Native American proverb says that only when the last tree is cut and only when the last river is polluted, only when the last fish is caught will we realize that one can't eat money. That's what the whole crux is of the situation currently. That on one side, we want development, we want progress, we want to have a lot of new technologies, but at the same time, we are not looking at the environment. Our own Honorable President of India, Ramnath Kovind, said that where there was water, humanity thrived and survived. In the present times, we humans search for water as distant as the moon, but at the same time, we have been negligent in preserving water resources on our own planet. And hence, all of us, when we talk of water management, what strikes me the most is our generation who are now above 60, 65, 70, have consumed a lot of resources on the earth, let it be water or food or soil, but the generations to come. Now, nowadays, I'm more worried about the next generation because my grandchildren's generation will have problem of availability of water. So these are certain things which need to be addressed immediately. And what is the background currently about this water? That according to Niti Aayog, nearly 600 million Indians do not have access to safe drinking water. Every year, more than 2 lakh Indians die due to unsafe water. There is adequate amount of rainfall received in some parts of India, but we do not have proper water conservation policy, especially rainwater harvesting, and so there is water shortage. Now, even the place where I stay is in Sindhudurga district, where it rains like cats and dogs. But when it comes to February, March, April, there is a declining water level in all the wells. So we, let it be a city dwelling person or a rural person, we have to take note of this rainwater harvesting, which most of the water goes back into the sea. We have to stop it and recharge our groundwater levels. Now, because of rapid growth of Indian cities, there's pressure on all the kinds of natural resources, but more so on the rivers, streams, and lakes. When we talk of watershed, what exactly watershed means? Now, I understand here in this auspicious conference, I think most of the participants are students. So sometimes these particular terms should be very crystal clear in their minds, and therefore my presentation is more made more for the students and not for the scientists or experts, because I always believe that whatever that is done in the lab should reach the land. So lab to land transition is possible only when you come down to the level of students. So a watershed is the area of land that drains off into common waterways such as lake, river, stream, or bay. The boundaries of each watershed are broken down into different water regions based on where the water is flowing. Ridges and hills that separate two watersheds are called water divide. So you can see here, this is a water divide, and the water percolates and makes the groundwater or aquifers recharged, and then even if watershed divide is there, the tributaries which will supply, and as you know, the water cycle, you must have learned in 4th standard that the evaporation and condensation and precipitation, and once again the rainfall comes back to our earth. Now, watershed development programs in Maharashtra are basically on primary focus is on soil conservation, groundwater recharge, and capacity building. Now, this is most important part of capacity building, because each one who is drinking water or who needs water should have some conscious about how do we conserve water and how do we keep it for the next generation. So this capacity building is important. You must have seen sometimes on the TV the shows done by Amir Khan, where a lot of farmers were also coming and giving interviews. So that way, when the celebrity gets into capacity building, the message goes much faster. So specific activities like contour bunding, check dams, plantation drives, these all will develop the watershed. Community participation is the most important thing, and it's a key component across various projects. Now, NABARD, as you know, helps in watershed development. So they have their own watershed development project. And one of the major programs in India which focuses on soil and moisture conservation techniques like earthen and stone contour bunding, border binding, and gully control across different terrains. Now, each of this, even if you want to have more knowledge about it, it has gone into the syllabus of 11th and 12th EVS. Now, when I talk of syllabus and EVS, you know right from school days, the EVS chapters are such that you can put it for option and still you can get good marks. That's what the students think. So this is the one subject which you can never opt out. This is the one where you should gain the basic knowledge. So all these I'm not touching here in details, because this contour bending, border bending, all these is given in any of the textbooks of the school. Another important thing which is done in Maharashtra for watershed management program is IWMP. It's a comprehensive program which is aimed at improving water availability. It also looks after soil health and livelihood opportunities. This I find very important, because we, the city people, now I should not call myself city people, I'm a villager now, but livelihood opportunities should be available to villagers also. I will give you one instance of this, how a city dwelling person and how a village dwelling person think differently. The other day, my neighbor cut down a huge tree near her house, and I opposed it with all the possible ways for Samadama, Dandabed, or whatever. She says that the monkeys, they jump on my roof and break the tiles. And do you know what is the price of the tile? It is 70 rupees for each tile. So I have to cut down the trees, otherwise more and more monkeys will come and break my tiles. So I was not able to tell her or convince her what is the price or what is the Paryavaraniya Mulya, what is the environmental value of a tree. That I could not explain her, because these people are poor. Their livelihood opportunities are not as compared to the city dwelling people. So livelihood opportunities should be given through any of these environmental conservation projects. We just can't think like don't cut the trees, but try to understand their difficulties also. So this livelihood opportunities can be increased through various interventions like rainwater harvesting, afforestation, farm pond development. And on this particular aspect, when we focus, and the organizations like Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal can run a similar program where they can also get the livelihood opportunities, the same maybe nature tourism, agro-tourism. So through integrated watershed management programs, even this has been focused in government of Maharashtra's programs. I don't know how far it is successful or it is still on the papers. Then coming to the next one is drought prone areas program, or DPAP. It specifically targets the drought prone regions in Maharashtra. Now, you know, the eastern part of Maharashtra, Vidarbha, always has this problems of droughts. And hence, if you see number of suicides of the farmers and other things is from this part of Maharashtra. Now, implementing water conservation measures there for the check dams, percolation ponds, and micro irrigation systems. And there are a lot of success stories also in this particular field, like Hivre Bazar is one of the very famous example which is cited for the rural development, which is a sustainable development. The most important is sustainable. Now, this sustainable and sustainability are overused terms. What in Marathi we call it as Shashwat Vikas. So what exactly sustainable is? Today you are getting it. Today you are enjoying it. But what about after 10 years? I remember we never bought water when we were young. We used to have from canteen, or we used to have it from anywhere. And even during railway journey, I still remember those children or women, they came with the earthen pots and they used to give the water. There was something written Pyau also, and we never bought water as such. But now everybody is buying Bisleri. You go to hotel, the waiter asks you, Sada pani chahiye, bottled water chahiye, and we are buying water. So this is a change in last 20 years. So what after 20 more years? After 20 more years, you will also have to buy oxygen. So this is sustainability. Through sustainable thinking, you have to think what will happen to the next generations. And hence, when such kind of projects are done like drought prone areas program, it is for sustainability of the future generations to come. Community-based watershed development projects also are undertaken at various places in Maharashtra. It encourages local participation in planning, implementing of watershed activities, and it promotes sustainability and ownership of the project. So charging the community itself is a very, very important work. So I would request my young student friends who are attending this that leave the city, come to villages, and there is a lot of work where you can charge these people to build the community who could take up projects like this, and which will certainly make changes in your life also, just not their life. So the key components of watershed development programs in Maharashtra were: first is land use planning. It was identified that suitable land use practices based on slope, soil type, and water availability to minimize erosion. Secondly, soil conservation structures were also looked after. So building physical structures like contour band, check band, stone barriers to slow down water flow and prevent soil erosion. So let not the water flow down back into the sea, but catch it, stop it, and let it percolate into the soil, and let the groundwater level rise. So that is the idea of having this. And when you do that, simultaneously soil is also conserved. Then afforestation and plantation is very important, because if a patch of land is without the plant, water runs off. But if there are plants, the roots are there, then the planting tree on the degraded land definitely improves water infiltration and its stability. Next important thing is rainwater harvesting. I am not yet sure whether Bombay municipality has made it mandatory for all the new buildings to have RWH. They should have done, or I don't know whether they have done, because past 4 years I am not actively present in Mumbai. But the techniques like rooftop harvesting, farm ponds, recharge pits, so catch every drop of rainwater. You know why Mumbai becomes Mumbai, because everywhere there is a concrete and no water drop is allowed to enter into the soil. Even the trees where the tree plantation is done, around the tree also there are tiles or paver blocks fitted, and then every 1 or 2 years these paver blocks are removed and again they are put back. I don't know what is the use of spending so much money. Instead, they should keep some places where automatically rainwater will enter the soil and not flow back into the ocean. Next important thing is capacity building and awareness creation. That's exactly what I'm doing today. So thanks Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal that I could share my views with young brains. I'm more interested in student community, because if you are guided well, you become very, very a charged person, and you bring change in the society. So here, training farmers and community members on wetland management practices, promoting sustainability land use, and encouraging participation. So that is what exactly you do in capacity building or awareness creation. Now, in 2017, in Vidarbha, World Vision India has made the Farmers Livelihood Project. So here objective was sustaining farmers' livelihood through integrated watershed management and conservation of natural resources. The outcome of this project was many farmers practiced soil and moisture conservation in the operational villages. When the rainwater harvesting is on rise in all the farmland, there is enhancement of groundwater table. Because of this, there is improved irrigation and farmers also get access to this, and farmers are at benefit ultimately. Moreover, more important is groundwater recharge is done. Though many dams and water bodies are present in Maharashtra due to drought, irregular rainfall and poor rainwater harvesting, still the problem persists. Soil and Water Conservation Department of Government of Maharashtra has given the data that out of 5,270 water bodies, they are desilted. Excavation about 32 million cubic meters has been of the silt has been removed, and this has benefited more than 4,600 villages and over 6.5 million villagers. Giving the numbers is not for memorization of the numbers. As a school student, you must have memorized what the year, whatever that happened in history. So numbers are not important. What is more important is magnitude to which the people are benefited. So by desilting, so much quantum is at benefit. So when silt is removed, water storage capacity increases to about one sec, to about 32,300,000 cubic meters. So almost 3.2 million water tankers. Now, every time when a water tanker goes to a drought prone area, the picture there or the total unrest, what the people show is tremendous. So every village has to make tanker free, and 3.2 water tanker, that much water which could have been brought is stopped when the silt is removed. So this is a little effort which was done. The excavated silt was sprayed across 54,000 acres of farmland. So this is again soil conservation, and it is good for farmers. So there is increased farm productivity by 2 to 4 times, and agricultural incomes therefore rose by 50% to 100%. So very simple thing like desilting has done help in some of the villages of Maharashtra. Now I am coming to my district where I am staying. And I'm very proud to say that it was the first district in India to have successfully documented and mapped wetlands following a judicial order. Bombay High Court has directed the state government to carry out wetland mapping in all districts, and we were the first one to map. I have not done anything at that time. I was in Mumbai, so I'm not taking any credit, but people over here, and I would mention name of my junior friend, Dr. Yogesh Kohli, who is working in Kudal College as a zoology professor. Yesterday, I was discussing with him about how did you go about it. I was asking him because this started in 2019, where I was still a Mumbai person. Okay, so it was because of the community participation, and in 8-month long process, students, teachers, and villagers, all of them came together, and they went from one corner to other and documenting every wetland. The district now trains bodies of other districts in the state to replicate its documentation model. Now, this happened because of public interest litigation, which was filed by NGO Vanashakti. Some of you might know Vanashakti, Stalin's Vanashakti, who always fights for environment sustainability. So for preservation of wetlands, they had filed public interest litigation. Because of that, Bombay High Court has directed state government to do this work. So see, this is the role what a common citizen can do. Now I am showing you a beautiful water body which is very close where I stay, and this particular thing which you see is a temple, temple of Lord Kaleshwara. It is Lord Shiva's temple, very beautiful temple. Around 700 or 800 years back, the deity is being worshipped, and we have a big wetland there. During rain, it is completely filled with water. This picture I had only taken in 2018. And look what happens during summertime. When the April or May approaches, this almost gets evaporated. And then what happens, you could see these pipes. What the villagers used to do, or what the Devasthan committee used to do, is they used to pump out the water totally and make it dry. And on this dry, now this picture has been given to me by Yogesh Kohli. And then you can see they used to make a cricket pitch inside the water body. And all the children and even the young people, they enjoyed playing cricket in this water body. There is a festival of Mahashivratri, where this lake is, because Mahashivratri comes by February or March. So whatever water used to be there, they used to pump it out, make it dry, and they used to make car parking here. This particular aspect was known to some local people and even the collector, and then there was an order not to touch the lake. So today the lake is again coming back to normal. This is the picture I took yesterday. But during rainy season, you could see this wetland body is completely with water. And unfortunately, I could not catch any bird because I went in afternoon to click picture. Otherwise, you can see in one go at least 10 different aquatic bird species. So now what we are planning as a community participation program, that all along the bank of this particular wetland, we are going to put little posters about information of birds, because this area is such a rich in biodiversity, but people lack the knowledge about these birds. So that would be the next effort. Coming to rivers now, why do we have to conserve and rejuvenate rivers? Can you believe, my young friends, that once upon a time there were rivers in Mumbai? And I have even read in some history book that people from Vasai used to come in boats to Mount Mary. So they used to drive their boats through Mithi River and go to Mount Mary. Now in Basin area, there are a lot of these Anglo-Indian Christians. They come to pray Mount Mary, and they used to come through boats. So this river was functional, Mithi River. Then what happened in future? That is very clear to you. And then we have choked the mouth of this particular river by putting Bandra Worli reclamation and everything. And then what happened in 2005, all of you know that the fateful night of 26 July 2005. So this stress factor for Mithi River is pollution all along the coast of Mithi River. Entire Dharavi is there, and they are releasing everything and anything, complete deforestation, and we are still going strong in deforestation, cutting down all the trees in Mumbai. The severe urbanization, the public pressure, and the climate change. Climate change is one of the major triggering factor for this river problems. So why do we need to have river rejuvenation? It will restore ecological balance. Healthy rivers are essential for maintaining biodiversity and ecosystem services. Now, you must be aware of ecosystem services. There are 4 types of ecosystem services. Out of that, I would say that the ecosystem service which gives you aesthetics, which gives you recreational aspect, if the Bombay still has beautiful rivers like Mithi River, the Hisar was a river, and they were flowing still. It would have been wonderful to go there near the river bank and sit with your girlfriend. Okay, but that's all gone because we have seen to it that we have destroyed everything. Second important thing is we need water. So water security is important. Rejuvenation ensures sustainable and reliable water sources for both human and natural systems. It manages flood. Well-maintained river can mitigate flood risk in flood-prone area. Now, this is very clear when it rains cats and dogs in Mumbai, the Mumbai gets flooded because we don't have drainage of rivers. Cultural importance. Rivers hold cultural and spiritual significance in many societies, necessitating their preservation. I need not say about Kumbh, which is happening right now, where crores of people are washing their sins and going in the river. The river holds important place. And if we go back to human evolution and human history, all the human Sanskruti, what we call Sindhu Sanskruti or whatever, so they were on the river bank. So river has played a major important role in culture. When we rejuvenate river, there is enhanced biodiversity, improved water quality, flood mitigation, sustainable water supply, and cultural heritage preservation. So all these 5 aspects, if we remember, then you can understand what is important. I don't know how far in Mumbai we are active, but in Pune A lot of people are now coming together and doing a lot of programs of river rejuvenation like Mula, Mutha. Now in India, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they have released 19,000 crore rupees budget for river cleaning up. And the detailed project report, which is known as DPRs on the rejuvenation of 13 major rivers through forestry intervention. And these 13 rivers are Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Bias, Satluj, Yamuna, Brahmaputra, Narmada, Godavari, Mahanadi, Krishna, Kaveri, and Luni. So these 13 rivers are now targeted, and this is recent information after post-COVID 2022 or 23. This information is there. So idea behind this DPRs is modeled on the lines of work done as part of National Mission for Clean Ganga, Namami Gange. So that was done in 1516 for River Ganga, and acknowledging the growing water crisis on account of degradation of rivers ecosystem. Now this project 19,000 crore rupees project has been taken. So it adopted multi-scale, multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary and holistic approach, so that objectives of Viral Dhara, that is uninterrupted flow, and Nirmal Dhara, clean water, and ecological rejuvenation. And area and landscape expected to be rejuvenated. 13 rivers collectively cover total basin area of 18,90,110 square kilometers, which is almost 57.45% of the geographical area of the country. So if all these 13 rivers are rejuvenated, you will get this much amount of total river basin, and so we are conserving land also. So the length of these 13 rivers, which is having 202 tributaries and delineated water riverscape, is 42,830 kilometers. Brahmaputra riverscape has the highest number of tributaries, which are 30, and they cover 1,54,456 kilometer area. So if all these, every rupee of this 19,000 crore goes for a real cause in rejuvenation, it is going to be of immense importance for future of earth. Now the approach which is done through this is afforestation is done for the rivers, which will include timber species, medicinal plants, grasses, shrubs, fuel, fodder, and fruit trees. So along these river banks, afforestation activities will be also done. Holistic riverscape approach is done for forestry intervention. So natural, agricultural, and urban, all these forestry interventions will take place. And conservation interventions include soil and moisture conservation, riverine and riparian wildlife management. Riparian is near the river banks, whatever the wildlife is there, and also the wetland management. Now, if you know the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, in that the goal number 14, which is life in water, life underwater, or wildlife near water. So this specifies all these goals. Supporting activities such as policy level interventions. Now, this is most important, because if our politicians or loka pratinidhi whom we have elected and sent, they have wisdom enough, the policy level interventions will be taken, strategic and adaptive research will be taken, capacity development will be taken, and awareness creation is there. Now, those students who are now in FY, SY, TY, or maybe in post-graduation, you have to always be on a lookout of all such projects which are published by government, and enter into these projects. If you have research acumen, if you have some zeal to do something for Mother Earth, you can enter into such projects which will be participatory, you will get monetary compensation, you will be in a good job than doing nothing. Okay. So, what benefits we will have out of this proposed intervention is forest cover will be increased. It is going to increase to 7,417 square kilometers across this. Then carbon sequestration will be possible, because that's what is expected to be done on the international level. The groundwater recharge will increase, So sedimentation will be reduced and it would generate 449 crore rupees from non-timber and other forest produce. Employment generation will be done because significant contribution will occur and nearly 344 million man-day of work will be created. Another effects of this is achieving international commitments, efforts to help India meet its international climate commitment. You all know that every year COP takes place somewhere in the world. So in recent COP 26, India has been promised to reduce its projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons by 2030. Now 2030 is not far off from now, only 5 years remaining, and meet 50% of energy requirement with renewable energy. So when we do these interventions of watershed management or river rejuvenation, automatically you are increasing the additional carbon sink, where the carbon dioxide will be sinked into the water, and nearly 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide can be used up by the water bodies. And also restoration of 26 million hectares of degraded lands will take place. It will stop the biodiversity loss, and Convention of on Biological Biodiversity also have said this. Then it will enhance non-fossil energy capacity from 500 gigawatt by 2030 and reduce carbon intensity of its economy by 45% and achieve net zero emission by 2030. That is what the hopeful goals are. Now don't say that 2070 is far off. You people who are now in 20s will come to 70s, and at that time your living should be good enough. So don't think of how much bank balance you will have into 2070, but just think of whether you have good potable water and good air to breathe and good food growing on the earth. I am happy that I am not going to survive till 2070, so no problem. Now, watershed management we utilize land-based capacity. These are happening when we do watershed management. You achieve all these things. You protect top fertile soils, you minimize silting up, in situ conservation of rainwater takes place, you protect vegetative cover throughout the year, and water harvesting is done for supplemental irrigation. Now, why do we have to have this awareness? So I would congratulate Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal and University of Mumbai for arranging such a World Wetland Day, because our concept to look at the wetland should change. Every time when you are passing through a local train or traveling and you see a wetland, think of all this and have a awareness that increasing urbanization and changing climatic trend is exerting immense pressure on water resources. In a country where 51% of rural households do not have access to individual piped water, and about 1 billion people live with water scarcity for at least one part of the year, water management plays an undisputably critical role. Prominence of renovation and rejuvenation of traditional water bodies is of prime importance to the role of community in water management, water and livelihood patterns. The consequences of neglecting river health can be dire, leading to water scarcity, ecosystem collapse, and social unrest. And therefore, all of us should think that we have to conserve all these water bodies. So let's make the earth more sustainable. This picture is also from the village where I stay. It's a beautiful spot where I go every day morning to watch the birds. And I'm so happy that I can see the water, I can feel the water, and I can use the water. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing the excellent presentation on how the watershed management can be useful for wetlands and revival of rivers. Anybody want to ask any question, then they can proceed.
Somebody has asked a question, can we get this PPT? You can. I have given my email ID. I will put it in chat box. Put a mail to me. I can send you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would invite you all to my rural eco school and see the wonders the children are doing. They are small kids till sixth standard, but they are doing street plays on water conservation, on anti-plastic movement. So if in your new education policy you need internship, you can come down to my village and be with the kids, teach them whatever you learned through the syllabus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Now we will move on to the presentation for technical session 1. So we have two presentations, one presentation in group B and second presentation in group A. So I request Dr. Mansi Joshi ma'am and Dhanushri ma'am to be judges for group B of Ms. Shirin Sheikh. And also I request Dr. Indu George ma'am and Dr. Varsha Kelkar ma'am to be judges for group A of Surbhi Thosar. Group B, Shirin Sheikh, you can present.
Ma'am, due to technical issue, just a second. I couldn't connect, ma'am.
Hello? Hello, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, Shirin.
Yeah, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen. Just a second.
Okay. Shirin, if it is taking time, then we can proceed with the another group. Surbhi Thosar. We now welcome Surbhi Thosar to share her research with us under the category Group A paper presentation.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, Surbhi, you're audible.
Yeah, good morning. Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'll just share my screen. Is my screen visible?
yes, it is.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So, my today's topic is preliminary assessment of the status of 41 lakes in and around Thane city, Maharashtra, India. So the abstract of this paper is, so I have done this preliminary assessment of 41 lakes based on the basis of these 5 parameters, that is water quality, biodiversity, facilities for sustainable tourism, local rituals, and public participation in conservation efforts. And we have developed a 50-point evaluation scale, and we have categorized these lakes in 3 categories, that is superior, moderate, and deteriorated. As you all know that Thane is called as city of lakes, and nowadays most of the lakes are undergoing beautification, but with the beautification conservation is also important, and it is very important to know the status of lakes in and around Thane. It is crucial to keep monitoring the lakes for protection purposes, and as I already said that we have categorized lakes in 3 categories. So um, the materials and methods used for the study are so whatever data we have collected for this paper is through the frequent visits to all the 41 sites for the period of 1 year, that is December 2023 to December 2024, and the frequency of visit was once or twice in a month to each and every lake. For first 3 parameters, that is water quality, biodiversity, and facilities, data has been collected through observations. For rituals, data has been collected through lake visits during the festival time, that is Ganesh Visarjan, Chhat Puja, and also interviewing some local people who live around the lake. For public participation, data is collected through awareness and lake visits. So this 50-point system I would like to explain in my next slide. So this is the 50-point evaluation scale where I have already said that these 5 parameters were studied for evaluation of the lakes. So under water quality, we have these 5 parameters, that is color, odor, floating garbage, algae or water hyacinth presence, and aeration. For biodiversity, these 5 parameters are there, from trees to birds. These parameters I have considered. For facilities, there are 10 basic facilities which we have observed around some lakes. And rituals, Ganesh Visarjan, Chhat Puja, Pitru Paksha is there. Then fish or bird feeding is also observed on most of the lakes. And for public participation, this is very interesting as we have started this campaign with Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal and Thane Municipal Corporation of adopting lakes by different schools. So we have visited the schools which are located nearby the lakes or around the lakes, and we requested them to adopt the nearby lake. And those students, so initially we went to educate and make aware those students in their schools. Then we took them to the lake to visit, like to actually observe whatever is around the lakes. And then those students presented in one of the conference which we organized on 4th of January 2025, that is My Lake Conference. And the last point reporting is for there are different students and schools and societies, they are actually reporting the status of all the lakes. So the last 2 points are for reporting of the status of the lakes. Then moving to the, like, we'll see the photographs of all the lakes now. So first is I will also explain how I gave the mark or the points to all the lakes. So if you consider this first picture, that is Nar Lake, you can see the floating debris. So under this first category, water quality, floating garbage, if you have no garbage, then your lake will have +2 points. If you have garbage, then your lake will have 0 points. So similarly, I have evaluated all the lakes. For example, similar with the Siddheshwar Lake, it has water hyacinth presence. And if you see the Kabesar Lake, then it has this water fountain. So this is just a evaluation system of all the lakes. Then we also studied the biodiversity around the lake. So there were like many reptiles, birds, trees, and everything which we observed. So here you can see some of the photographs of birds. Like this common kingfisher was observed on Zarimari Lake in November 2024. Then this bronze-winged jacana was observed on Oda Lake in July 2024. Similar, this Asian open-bill was observed on Desai Lake. Similarly, we have recorded the biodiversity which we have observed on all the lakes. Then some facilities for sustainable tourism. For example, here you can see the walkway that has been built around the Kachrali Lake. Then here you can see the boating facility in Ghosale Lake. Similarly, like Nirmala Kalash is there in Jail Lake, and this is Gabion Wall built around the Sriram Lake. Moving on to the rituals, some of the images might be disturbing, but this is what we have observed on all the lakes. This Mumreshwar Lake has this in January 2025. When I took the photograph, I found this picture. Even on Dativli, whatever this part which you see in this photograph, that is all immersed Ganesh idols. Chhat Puja celebration you can see on Mufatlal Lake. Then this lady is feeding the fishes inside the lake, and also bird feeding is observed on most of the lake. Khidkari Lake is famous for bird feeding. On one side you will see a board written ki don't feed the birds, and on the other side you will see people feeding the birds. Coming to the public participation, as I already mentioned, that we have conducted this lake visits and school lectures in different schools, and students also presented their observations in this My Lake conference on 5th of January through street play. As Nandini ma'am just said that she's also practicing same thing with the village students. So these students also presented their observations. They went to the lake, they studied some parameters, and then they presented their observations through with the help of this street play. Coming to the resultant discussion, so in first category, that is superior, 5 lakes were there. 5 lakes they came under superior category. Then second is moderate, 31 lakes fall under that category, and category 3 is deteriorated lakes. Similarly, 5 lakes fall under deteriorated category. So you can see the difference between these two lakes. Gosade Lake, it fall under this superior category. So you can see the difference in water quality and other parameters. And here, this is the photograph of Diva Lake. This fall under this, the last category, it is deteriorated. And it has got 16 points, where the Gosade Lake has got 45 points. This is the graph in which you can see the proper categories of all the lakes. The lakes, like the red color one, are the all like deteriorated lakes. The green bars, they denote the superior lakes, and all the yellow color bar, they are the moderate lakes. They are 31 in number. In this graph, I tried to simplify it by again subcategorizing that. So this is the second category of moderate lake. In this graph, you can see ki in that moderate lake, like from in the 31 lakes as well, this water quality was worse in 16 lakes from the 31 lakes, and biodiversity was better in 26 lakes in 31 lakes, and facilities for sustainable tourism were very poor in 26 lakes. Similarly, I have also tried to make the graphs for this superior lakes as well as deteriorated lakes. So if you see the superior lakes, then biodiversity and water quality is better in both the 5 lakes, like all the 5 lakes. And in case of deteriorated lakes, the water quality and facility for sustainable tourism, they are very poor. Like there are no facility for sustainable tourism, and the water quality is very worse. So you can see in this two graphs as well as these graphs. Then moving to the conclusion, lakes need to be conserved and continuously monitored. Continuous monitoring is very important. That's why we have started with this My Lake campaign, where students and society members can keep an eye on the lake, and they'll keep monitoring the lakes for the conservation of them. Then water quality and biodiversity should be studied using scientific methods. So as I already said, this study is just this study is based on observations. Now in future, I would like to study this physical chemical parameters of water as well as biodiversity by using proper scientific methods. Then rituals will be performed very carefully. And the fourth point is very important. Nowadays, the beautification which is happening is human centric, but we should go to the beautification that is nature centric. While doing beautification of any lake, we have to think about the biodiversity, the water quality, and other ecological factors in that lake. And last point is most people should join this My Lake campaign, and to fight against the deterioration of the lake in their surrounding areas for better policy making as well as the conservation of the lakes. These are some of the references. And I would like to thank my advisors for this particular paper. So I would like to thank Balavarkar sir, Joshi sir, Kulkarni ma'am, Kare sir, Karanik sir, and Umesh Mudle sir for their insightful suggestions. I would also like to thank Shekhar Vagulikar sir for statistical analysis, and I would like to thank Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal and EnviroVigil for constant support. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. How did you create the lake with a fountain?
Sorry.
How did you create the lake with a fountain?
Yeah, so a fountain, it actually adds to the oxygen level in the lake. So fountain actually it is a movement of water with air. So that's why I have calculated it as a plus. I given it as a +2 because where there is fountain, there is more oxygen is mixing with the lake water.
There's one more question. How did you determine the cutoff for superior lake and deteriorated lake?
Okay, so that was just average. So basically, like I have seen all these 5 parameters in all the lakes, and those lakes, like so it is just an average actually. So there is no specific method for determining the like numbers, but it was just an average. That's why.
I'm not talking about the numbers.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the numbers. I'm
Mhm.
talking about a cutoff. I noticed in your graphs that above 30 you say it's a superior lake, below 20 you say it's a deteriorated lake. So how did you determine that 30 is superior and 20 is inferior or whatever, deteriorated?
Okay, so this method was designed by us. So there is no like this is just a method is based on the observations on the lakes. So similarly, like I have there is no particular method for that. So I just
Just a comment. Maybe eventually you would like to defend your targets like 30 or 20.
yes.
Surbi, I had a question.
Okay, ma'am. Tell me.
Surbi, did you study? I mean, did you check the water quality parameters? For example, the DO, the dissolved oxygen level of the water, the pH of the water?
No, that is actually my future plan for this study. So, as I mentioned in the presentation, that this entire study is based on the observations, only by visual like observations.
Did you check the temperature by any chance?
No, no, no. This is just the like color, odor, and floating garbage. Like whatever observations or whatever I could see visually, I did it
Okay.
with that.
Okay. And did you do it across seasons or was it done only once or did you observe it across the seasons?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Across season. So it is for 1 year from December 2023 to December 2024.
So across the seasons, did you see any change in the quality of water or in the in your parameters or your rating?
Yeah, some change was there actually. So the level of the water was different. But rest of the in case of rainy season, if you observe the water, then it is more like clear water is there. And for the like the summer season and winter season, you see more garbage and everything floating on the
So
water.
I think when you're categorizing the lakes,
Hmm.
so you have studied 41 lakes, right? So
Yeah.
when you're categorizing the lakes, it will be essential that across the seasons, which lake is probably consistently good or which lakes are consistently bad to give you an idea. Okay, that
Okay.
is one. Second question I have is there any, since you worked with, Thane Municipal Corporation also, you would have got some idea probably. Are these lakes connected in any way? One, not all of them, but some of them, one. And secondly, is there any influx of grey water or sewer water or, in any of these lakes or industrial water or anything?
Some of the lakes I have observed this influx of water. That is, there is one lake where there was a well nearby. So whatever like water from the society or domestic water, it comes, it enters that lake. But only for like one or two lakes I have observed that. Other lakes I'll again
So I
observe.
think because that is, yeah, that is important, Shrubi, because
Mm.
when you say an X lake is bad or the quality is not good, the reasons, so feeding of birds or, that is one thing. But I think it is essential for you to see कि actual water influx है कि नहीं उसमें.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Uh,
Thank you.
What were the remedial measures that, I mean, did you make a report or would you be making a report and giving it to TMC or something of that kind?
Yes, we're working on that. So, like each lake has different problems. So we are
Oh,
working on that. We are preparing a report and we'll be submitting it to the TMC.
okay. And my last question to you, you may not have an answer to it, but I would be eager to know if you have an answer. So you said that there is an errant feeding of birds that is happening. Now this is happening across the world, and
Yes.
Mumbai is not behind, obviously, Thana as well. Any way that you tried to deter the people who are feeding the birds from feeding them? Any, or can you think of any measures along with, the Paryavaran Dakshata Manch or the school students or maybe the municipal corporation? Because if you think about an idea, I'm sure many people are thinking on those lines, but we have equal number of people who want to go and feed the birds and animals also.
Right, right.
So have you given that a thought in any way?
So when we went and convinced people, they don't listen, but we did it through school students. And on Khidkari Lake only, we got this positive result where most of the people were listening to the school students. And I don't know if it is like one time or maybe next time they'll again come and feed birds. But at least like there should be vigilance all over the lakes and on all the lakes. And I think the students can do that. So that's why we are connecting the schools with different lakes so that those students can actually stand on the lake and they will create awareness about this problem.
All right. So I think the evaluation of parameters of the lake will give you a better idea and the seasonal variation. So that will
Yes.
be better, a comprehensive study for your addition to your study. Yeah?
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
Surabhi, that's it from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, then we can proceed with the group B. Shireen Sheikh, you can present your paper.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
No, Shireen.
Is it visible now, ma'am?
No, it's not.
Just a second. I don't know why it is not visible. Ma'am, what about now?
No, it's not visible.
It's not visible yet. Why it's not?
Okay, Shireen, you can send the presentation to email ID of Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Just a second.
Immediately, please.
Yeah, yeah. Ma'am, I have shared this PPT. Conference चल रहा है. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shirin Sheikh. And today's topic, which I'm going to present, is a review paper that is on conserving salt pan, a key to biodiversity and sustainable livelihood. I'm doing my PhD under the guideship of, I'm a PhD student. I'm doing my PhD under the guideship of Dr. Shailesh from Patkar Verde College. Uh, okay. Ma'am, next slide. Okay. So as you all know, salt pans are a valuable ecosystem that support unique biodiversity and plays a role in nutrient cycling, flood control, and coastal protection. They also have socio-economic importance and potential for biotechnology. However, threats like urbanization, pollution put them at risk. Research on salt pan is essential for their conservation and sustainable use. Like today's conference is being held on wetlands. So, being a part of wetland, I found that it is very much mandatory to highlight the salt pan as a ecosystem. And there is a criteria with respect to its biodiversity, and there is a lot which salt pan give us to us. My review is on the salt pan which are being around the Mumbai. So let's start with the introductory part. Ma'am, next slide. Ma'am, next slide. Okay. With respect to introduction, as we all know, salt pans are unique coastal wetlands where seawater is evaporated to produce salt, supporting diverse helophytic plants, migratory bird, and microorganisms. Adapted to harsh hypersaline condition. In Mumbai, these ecosystems play a critical role in maintaining ecological balance, providing a stopover site for migratory birds, aiding in nutrient cycling and stabilizing soil. Beyond their ecological importance, salt pans support salt production and livelihoods for local communities while acting as a natural food barrier. However, rapid urbanization, then your pollution and development pressure threaten their existence, underscoring the urgent need for their conservation and sustainable management. So it is mandatory to highlight salt pen. Being living in Mumbai, salt pen is one of the major site there, since Mumbai is a coastal land. So the topic why I selected this the topic is to highlight the salt pen is also one of the essential ecosystem which need further research and which need further study. Now next move to next slide, ma'am. Next slide. Yeah. Now let's talk about historical context. Salt production in Mumbai date back to colonial era when the British utilized the coastal geography for efficient salt extraction through natural seawater evaporation. Salt pan become crucial for the livelihood for a marginalized community, fostering a socio-economic system where traditional skills were passed down the generation. Although industrialization reduced their economic importance, these salt pans remain historically and culturally significant, still supporting some of the workers and are holding potential for the heritage conservation and ecotourism amid its growing developmental pressure. Ma'am, next slide. Okay, so my review paper covers the area like salt pans, you can say, which is being spread across places like Mulund, Bhanduk, Kanjumar, and almost all over the southern Mumbai, where the salt pan production is high due to salinity and due to evaporation rate. Ma'am, next slide. Okay, now what are the ecological see with respect to salt pan? Japan and Mumbai are ecologically crucial, supporting a variety of specialized species that thrive in their hypersaline condition. These wetlands provide essential habitats for the helophytic plants like Sedua and Salicornia. Along with that, some of the mangroves like Alvicinia alba, Salvadora persica. The vegetation helps stabilize the soil, preventing erosion. Ma'am, next slide. Okay. Some of the ecological importance which we are able to see, that is first point is habitat for specialized species. Salt pan hosts two types of fauna. Like when I was reviewing the paper, I was came across these some of the specialized species which are the habitat for some of the fauna. Like there are permanent residents and species visiting for food. Like there are permanent species and there are temporary species which are visiting for food, like such as crabs, snakes, and birds. These wetland harbor bacteria, diatom, chironomus larva, copypod, prawns, and gastropods. Ma'am, next slide. Okay, now let's talk about breeding ground for birds. These wetlands serve a vital breeding, nesting, and feeding ground for numerous bird species, particularly during migration period, supporting both resident and transient population. Permanent resident include like cattle, egrets, jungle crow, while migratory species like flamingos and heron visit seasonally. Rare birds such as oriental honey buzzard also frequent these areas, making the salt pan vital for bird life. Next slide. Now let's talk about microbial hotspot. When you talk about microbial hotspot, salt pan hosts diverse halophilic microorganisms, including bacteria, archaea, and fungi, which are crucial for ecosystem stability through process like decomposition, nitrogen fixation, and nutrient cycling. Along with that, you are also able to see some of the algal species which the salt pan harbor, such as Cynocystic primigenia, nostoc, which are primary contributor to primary contributor to primary production and nutrient cycling. Bacteria like Gordonia terra support organic matter decomposition. These microorganisms not only maintain ecological balance but also offer biotechnological potential, including application in aquaculture and biofertilization. Ma'am, next slide. Yeah, these are some of the species which I have discussed about algal diversity, since microbial and algal diversity has a vast contribution towards the salt pan production and also for nitrogen fixation and nutrient cycling. Next slide. Coastal protection and flood mitigation. Yes, salt pan act as a natural buffers against coastal erosion and flooding by observing water during heavy rains and tidal surges. Their vegetations help stabilize the shoreline, protecting infrastructure, forming a storm surges and rising sea level. Ma'am, next slide. Next is socio-economic relevance. What are the socio-economic relevance with respect to the salt pan? The salt pan play a key role with respect to socio-economic role by providing livelihood for thousands of workers involved in salt production and related activities. They also offer opportunities for aquaculture, supporting local economies. Additionally, salt pan also hold a cultural significance, particularly through their historical role in the salt satyagraha during the India's independent movement. Ma'am, next slide. Threats to salt pan. Mumbai salt pan face a significant threat, including rapid urbanization, pollution, and climate change. Urban development has led to encroachment, shrinking salt pan areas, and disrupting or disturbing the ecosystem. Pollution from industrial waste and untreated sewage harm water quality and biodiversity, while climate change impacts soil production and ecosystem stability. Inadequate legal protection and policy gaps further exacerbate these issues. Immediate action is mandatory or it is needed to strengthen the regulation and ensure the conservation of these vital ecological and cultural species. Next slide. Yes, since we are talking about threat, definitely there is a need for research and conservation, further conservation and further research. Since the escalating threat to salt pan highlight the urgent need for research and conservation, rapid urbanization, pollution, and climate change are putting immense pressure on these ecosystems. Secondly, comprehensive studies on biodiversity, ecological role, and socio-economic contribution are vital for sustainable management. Promoting environmentally friendly salt production practices, which can balance economic benefit with ecological preservation, reducing environmental impact while maintaining socio-economic value. Sustainable management will definitely ensure the long-term viability of salt plant. Along with them, it will preserve the ecological, cultural, and economic significance of Mumbai salt plant. Ma'am, next slide. Okay, now conclusion of my review paper is this. Since we all know Mumbai salt pan play a crucial role in sustaining biodiversity by supporting migratory bird, then salt tolerant microorganism and nutrient cycle. They also provide economic benefits through salt production. However, urbanization, pollution, climate change, and inadequate regulation poses a significant threat to these ecosystems. To ensure their survival, it is essential to conduct thorough research, implement effective conservation measures, and also to promote sustainable salt production practices, safeguarding both the environment and the local livelihood. Ma'am, next slide. Thank you. And these are the references which I have done while doing the review, while preparing for this review paper. Next slide. Next. Thank you.
Let me ask you any questions.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been studying this salt pans?
Ma'am, for near about 1 month. Like the particular conference is being told, and I have started preparing for the salt pan. Like the topic was with respect to wetland, and during doing the reviewing, I found the topic salt pan to be like a point where it should be highlighted.
How many salt pans have you visited?
Ma'am, actually, recently, since my PhD coursework is with respect to toxicology, but when I was doing this particular review article, like I have discussed with my guide also, while going through this review article, like I find it is very including, and like we have decided to do some biodiversity research with respect to Thane Creek, ma'am.
So whatever presentation you have done, that is through the discussions or the references which you have.
Yes, references. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Review paper, ma'am. It is review paper.
Okay. And do you think there should be any individual role or society role for this
Definitely,
existing?
ma'am. Yeah, definitely, ma'am. As going through the papers, I found it ki salt pan as an ecosystem is itself is vast. And being living in a Mumbai, we have a variety of salt pan from Mumbai, Bhandup, Thane. And that salt pan not only provide us with ecological balance, but it also promote like many workers, many people with financial aiding. So it is mandatory that everyone should need to be highlighted about these salt pan. Somewhere, ma'am, salt pan are being giving less importance, or it is being not very much highlighted, like kind of negligence. So it is mandatory when we talk about wetland, salt pan should be highlighted. More diversity, more ecological importance should be given with respect to salt pans.
Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
Hi, Shireen. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, yes, ma'am.
Am I am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Shireen. So I need to ask one question: that how
Yes, ma'am.
local community play a key role in conservation of salt pan?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So I need to ask a question: that what is the
Yes.
role of local community in the conservation of salt pan?
Like, ma'am, we all know ki, like, if I'm talking about ki, like, Thane Creek or Bhandup Creek, okay. So where there will be
Yes.
solvent, and around that there will be people, livelihood of the people, okay. So why I have selected this is the main reason. Like, people don't understand the ecological importance or the role which solvent is giving to us, okay. So via these research, via these study purposes, definitely if the people are came to know, like us also, if you are came to know, definitely as a local, we will definitely help to promote solpat, and we will try to preserve it, because there is a criteria. Solpat not only give occupational status, but it also helps in ecological balance. So with respect to local communities, like I'm trying to address ourselves or the people which are around the solpat areas.
Okay. Okay. And my another question is, मतलब आपको सॉल्ट पैन में कोई पोल्यूशन ऐसे दिखा क्या, या मतलब ऐसा कोई की स्पीसीज देखा है जो इंडिकेट कर रही है यहाँ पर पोल्यूशन है? आई एम
Ma'am,
टॉकिंग अबाउट
like I
मुंबई
have,
एरिया.
yeah, ma'am. That like through my research also, like I have shown that there are majorities of microbial hotspot which have been studied via these papers, like bacteria, algae,
अच्छा.
fungi. Not only that, there are various birds also which comes to that particular salt pan for breeding or during migration.
Okay.
And yes,
So
ma'am.
like,
Like more study need to be done. As I told you, via going through these paper, like I have developed a keen interest. I've talked to my guide regarding this also, and we will try to have a biodiversity, like microbial biodiversity exploration towards Thane Creek.
oh,
Yes, ma'am.
that's it from my side. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So I would like to thank Dr. Mansi Joshi ma'am, Dhanishri ma'am, Indu George ma'am, and Varsha Kelkar ma'am to be the judges for the presentation. And here we conclude our technical session 1. And now I would like to invite Miss Tanishka Darade to lead us into technical session 2.
Thank you, Nana. I hope you all are having an engaging session so far. So myself, Sanishka Darade, student of Geography Department from University of Mumbai, will begin with our technical session 2. To begin with, I would like to invite Dr. Nisha Shah to introduce our esteemed speaker for this session, Dr. Kauresh Rajani.
Tanishka. It's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Kaudesh Vachharajani. He has done PhD from National Institute of Occupational Health, part of ICMR, Ahmedabad. He has done postdoctorate from Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, CSIR Lucknow. He joined Department of Zoology, the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda in 1993 and retired in 2022. He has served as head of Department of Zoology and Environmental Studies, as well as Dean of Science. He has done extensive work on field studies along the entire coast of Gujarat and many riverine, estuarine, and freshwater bodies, and have traveled all the districts of Gujarat. He has contributed research in few sanctuaries and national parks of Gujarat. He has completed 7 major research projects funded by national and state agencies. He has guided more than 70 MSc and above 30 BSc students for their dissertation, as well as he has guided 21 students for PhD. He has published more than 135 research papers at international level and above 170 conference presentation to his credit. He has discovered 10 new animal species. He is awarded Young Scientist Award by Indian Science Congress and DST. He is awarded gold medal by Society of Toxicology and EP Odom gold medal, as well as many other prizes. Today, he is delivering lead lecture on conserving uterine systems for food securities. I request Dr. Kaudesh to proceed with his lecture.
So please unmute yourself. We cannot hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're
Okay, okay, I'll just. I hope the slide is visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So friends, My topic today is conserving estuarine systems for food security. Um, and I'm thankful to the organizers Mumbai University, Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal, Enviro Vigil, Mangrove and Marine Biodiversity Conservation Foundation of Maharashtra, and Association of Teachers in Biological Sciences for giving me this opportunity. The An estuary is one of the very important area because it has got a intermittent kind of the ecosystem, or what we call as an ecotone, but it is very wider comparatively. And if you see and an estuary, then you will find that the riverine, estuarine, and marine influences are there. There are fluvial sediments which are coming through the river, and there are marine sediments. There are the floods are there, and there are the wave processes from the marine side. So river and tidal processes are there which will affect the entire estuary. And we have the specific kind of the boundary line which we can say that which connects the marine system and on the other side towards the river system. So, and it has got the intermittent kind of the salinity. So, a variety of environmental condition is seen when we talk of the estuary. Now, when we think as estuary as a food, then we find that the fishes form one of the major content of the food. I'm giving you here the example of Mahi estuary, which enters into the Gulf of Khamba. And we carried out the study over there, and it has got very good biodiversity, rather faunal diversity, very good faunal diversity, around 41 microbenthic fauna, 62 macrobenthic fauna, and associated fauna around 200 species, which include the 65 planktonic, 118 avifauna, 15 fishes, one reptile, and one occasional mammal. That is the dolphin, which also which we see in the Mahi estuary also. So, as a food resource, as a place for the settlement of the larva, for the settlement of the juveniles and all, we find that it is a very good system is available over here with the uh, marine or the estuarine ecosystem. I just lost my slide. I think is it visible? Yeah, it is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, okay.
Can you put a slideshow, please?
Yeah, I am just I'll go to the slideshow. Yeah, is it seen? No. Then next slide. Okay, so there are different kind of the variables. Now, I will not be talking about the diversity or what are the food resources of an estuary, but I will be talking about the conservation aspect. So, conservation is one very important thing. And for that, over the years, I have realized that understanding the issue in its holistic form is very important. And therefore, what we can say that a multidimensional or transdisciplinary approach is required. And some of the components which I will be discussing over here, they require the understanding of geography, geology, chemistry, as well as the remote sensing applications and some engineering aspects. So, as a biologist, if I see that what way the conservation of an estuary should be carried out or what way the all kind of the food resources should be considered important, and what way we can increase the food production. So as a biologist, the things might be different, but holistically, if we think, then we realize that how much necessary it is to go into other details also and collectively think about the conservation aspect. So if in an estuary, there are three aspects. One, seaside variables are there, where volume of water, tidal amplitude, tidal velocity, and distance traveled by water in the estuary. Because if I take example of Mahi estuary, from the seaside, if you go towards the innermost part, where the riverine system will start, it is somewhere around 56 kilometers, so 54 to 56 kilometers. So very long estuarine uh, a part of Mahi is there. The riverside variables are also there, where volume of water and velocity of water is very important, and that occurs seasonally. In case of sea, the differences that are occurring there, they are occurring twice in a day in our system. Then there are estuarine variables, where the depth and width of the channel, vertical terrain profile of the bank, water velocity and energy gradation. Because if the width is different, the depth is different, then the velocity with which the water will enter into the estuary and it will leave the estuary will be different. Vertical movement and mixing of the marine and fresh water, that again is also very important. And some of the barriers are also there, which again make the individual estuary very specific, like meandering of channel is very important, and whether in that the islands are present or not, and the erosional and depositional regions. So these are some very important aspects. Then this is the next slide, which I am showing. I think just a minute. Okay. So this is a slide where you can say that the Gulf of Khambat I have taken as an example. And on the eastern bank of the Gulf, we have the major estuaries Sabarmati, Mahi, Narmada, and Tapi, and several other rivers are there. And on the western bank, the major river is Shetranji, although Kalubar, Bhogau, and other rivers are also there. All these rivers enter into the Gulf of Khambat, and therefore the conservation of these estuaries is very important. Also, since the water from the Gulf enters into these estuaries and extend towards the riverine freshwater flow regime, the qualitative status of the Gulf is very important. And we know that, like, for example, the Sabarmati, Mahi, Narmada, Tapi are much more polluted. And on the western bank of the Gulf, we have the Alang, that is the uh, ship breaking and recycling yard. Although directly there is no pollution input in the Shetranji River, but whatever the pollutants are there in the Gulf, they enter into the Shetranji River because the estuary into the estuary of the Shetranji, and therefore the qualitative status of the Gulf, conservation of that aspect, that is very important. If we see the profile of the Gulf of Khambat, then it is an inverted funnel shape. The tidal variation is somewhere around up to 11 to 12 meters. It is the second highest in the world after the Gulf of Fundy, where the tidal variation is maximum up to 14. Here it has been recorded maximum up to 12 meters. So here you can see that this cross section coordinate is there, A, where you, number one, where you find that the distance between the 2 points of the Gulf is around 200 kilometers, and it gradually reduces. And as you reach towards, say, 5, number 5, that is the Alang More, between them, the distance is around 50 kilometers. Further, as you go along and more, it is somewhere around 50 kilometers. Further, you go towards Gogha, Dahej, it is 27 to 28 kilometers. And at the mouth of Mahi estuary, it is around 6 kilometers only. So the water current that is flowing with excessive velocity. The velocity is somewhere around, when the highest high tides are there, it is 4 meter per second. Maximum has been noted to be 4 meter per second. So we can imagine that whatever the pollutants that are poured into the through the rivers into Mahi, through the all these rivers into the Gulf of Khambat, when the high tide is there, during that entire thing will move towards with high velocity and with force and high tidal amplitude. It will move towards the estuaries. And in Mahi estuary, it goes up to 56 kilometers. In Sabarmati estuary, also around 60 kilometers. So extensive estuarine inputs are there. This is the work carried out by the people from NIO, and the publication of 2017 is there, where you can see the tidal amplitude when the flood and mid flood and mid ebb tides are shown over here. And you can see that this is the region where about 10-meter height of the waves are there. So what I want to convey is that if you think of the conservation of the river, if you think of the conservation of the estuary, then conservation of the qualitative status, water quality and sediment quality status of the Gulf of Khambat is very, very important. And without that, we cannot think ahead. This is Mahi estuary. This is Vadodara is over here. And you can see that this is Sindrot is there, the arrow mark is there. There a weir has been made. Otherwise, the water from the Gulf of Khambat was reaching even up to Fazilpur, which is near Vasad. So the where from the supply of fresh water, drinking water supply is there to Vadodara's part of Vadodara city. So you can see that the meandering and all that is there. And this is one J point is there near Sarod. And that is all the industries from near Vadodara and along all this entire way from Vadodara to Sarod. All this kind of, all the industrial effluent, treated industrial effluent is there. That is poured into the lower estuarine part of this Mahi. And from here it will, and usually it is poured during the low tide. And so what will happen that it is entering into the, it is released into the Mahi during the low tide, and therefore it will enter into the Gulf of Khambat. But by the time it reaches to the lower part of the Gulf of Khambat, high tide will be there, and again all this effluent comes towards the all the rivers and estuaries that comes into their way. So this is the Sindrot, and you can see that there is an island also. The meandering is also there. This is the part of the mid-estuarine region where Dabka is there. One big island is also there, and here also the island is there. This is Mamadpura part is there. There also the island part is there. So whatever way the meandering is there, the depositional and erosional points are there, and therefore you will find that in the sediment there will be deposition of the pollutants. Particularly heavy metal deposition has been significant in significant content. It has been noted over here. This is the lower estuarine part where the Sarod is there, and here you find that the effluent release is there. This is the Dhuvaran on the other side where the power generation plant is there. So you find that the entire Mahi region, if you find, this is the mouth of the Mahi river. This is Gulf of Khambat. This is the J point where the industrial effluent discharges are there. On the other side, you find that the Sabarmati river comes. There also, from the industries from Vadodara till the end of the towards Khambat. All the industrial waste enters through that. Around Khambat also there are several industries which directly release their treated effluent and also untreated effluent into the Gulf of Khambat. Dahej is one very large industrial estate over here. Dahej, Por, and other Karjan, all those sites are there. And there is one more discharge site that also is a bigger discharge site than the J point. And there is the Ankleshwar offshore discharge site is there. It is somewhere around 20 kilometers, 20 to 30, 25 kilometers away from the shore into the Gulf. Now, what I want to convey over here, if you look into the studies carried out by IIT Mumbai, then NIO, and IIT, even IIT Gandhinagar also, you find that the hydrodynamics in this area is very important. What way the waves movement is there, what way the wave direction is there, what way the mixing of the water is there in the Gulf, and what way the pollutant movement is there in the Gulf, that is very important when we, if we think about the conservation of estuary. So we'll have to keep this thing in mind when we think about the conservation of estuary. So I'll take you to this particular aspect, the study that was carried out by the people from NIO in 2020. They studied the computer simulation programs they developed, and in the Gulf, in the Gulf of Khambat, they studied Lagrangian particles. That is uh, the simulation model is there, and depending upon the uh, high tide and low tide duration, high tide and low tide timings, the extent of high tide and low tide, the volume of water that remains in different parts of the Gulf during low tide and during high tide. Considering all these and the complete movement of the water through the satellite data, these were studied, and on the basis of that, this model was developed, and particularly in the inner Gulf, how the pollutants are moving that were studied, and also the mathematical model for this were developed by them. So their studies revealed that during different tidal situation and during different moon days, because on full moon and no moon day, the tidal variation is very high. And on the mid moon day, the total volume of water that is entering the Gulf is also comparatively less. So considering all those aspects, they found that the pollutant pockets, or the packets rather, pollutant packets are moving above the Narmada region towards the inner part of the Gulf. So this inner part of the Gulf, that is the Narmada estuary, Dhadar estuary, the Mahisagar estuary, and the Sabarmati estuary, and the Bhogavo and Kadubha. All these estuaries will be constantly having inputs from the pollutants, because the pollutants are not being released into the open Arabian Sea. So this is one very, very important observation made by them in 2020, and in 2021 also they have come up with other publication. So the aspect of movement of the pollutant and the hydrodynamics of the Gulf of Khambat are very important. And they noticed this one very important aspect, that this is the landward part on the right hand extreme of the diagram. And if we think of the continental shelf in the Gulf of Khambat, then we find that somewhere around after 250 kilometers from the innermost part of the Gulf, that is from the Mahi estuarine, Mahi and Sabarmati estuarine part or the Khambat region, we find a barrier. We find a barrier. So I'll just show you the this diagram again. And here you can see that from here, if we move up to this part, the outer part, towards the outer part of the Gulf, which is 200 kilometers. So beyond that, from here, actually, the mound starts. And therefore, what happens that whatever the waves that are moving during low tide, they are moving outward. They will not be moving outward, because in this entire Gulf of Khambat, the sedimentation load is very high. The sedimentation load is very high because all these major rivers, they bring silt, and the silt deposition is continued. There are plenty of depositional locations are there in the estuaries of all these rivers. And therefore, what is happening, that the pollutants are being circulated in the inner part of the Gulf. And from there, they will be entering into the estuary. So if we feel, and all these industries and all have developed along the Gulf of Khambat and the major rivers, thinking that the solution of pollution is dilution. So people thought that whatever the pollutant is there, we will release into the Gulf of Khambat, since it has got very high volume of water entering and leaving the Gulf. So everything will immediately go to the Arabian Sea, and from there it will go to the open Indian Ocean. But that is not happening. So the important thing what happening is that the pollutants are being circulated in the mid to upper region of the Gulf of Khambat, and therefore the Narmada, Mahi, Sabarmati, uh, all these estuaries are at constant risk, and therefore the for estuarine conservation, the important factors which we should consider, I already said about the seaside variables, riverside variables, estuarine variables. The another most important is the pollutant discharges. What are the location of discharges, volume of discharges, duration of discharges, and time of discharge? Uh, that is whether they are discharged during the low tide and all that. So this different kind of the aspects are there, which we will have to consider. I had several communication with the NIO people who are working on this aspect, and I actually wanted some of my students to work on this innermost part, that is Mahi, Sabarmati, and Dhadar River region, Dhadar estuary region, above the Narmada estuary. But over the period, because we have the data from 1995 about the Gulf of Khambat, the wave action and all that. From 1995, we have the data. But this data, up to 2015, we have such data. But that data is up to the Narmada River, the mouth of Narmada River. Beyond that, in the innermost Gulf. Now, here what happens? Let me tell you one more thing. That this is the actual entry point for the Mahi Sagar, and this is the entry point for the Sabarmati. Now, if we look into the bathymetry of Gulf of Khambat, innermost part of the Gulf of Khambat, then we find that the Mahisagar is little depressed or little downward as compared to Sabarmati. The mouth of Sabarmati is less than half meter above the level of the Mahi. So what will happen? That the water that is coming from the Gulf will first enter into the Mahi estuary. And therefore, in the initial most part of the Mahi and Sabarmati, when we compare, the Mahi mouth is wider also. This is between Mahi, this J point over here, Kamboi is there, and on the opposite side, Khambat is there. This distance is around 11 kilometers. So wide open estuarine mouth is there. And therefore, what exactly we find that the uh, uh, total amount of water that is entering into the Mahi estuary is greater than what is entering into the Sabarmati estuary. And therefore, I would suggest that the students uh, that from the very beginning do not think of the very highly specialized subjects. Think for your future research the aspects which require the multidisciplinary approaches. And of course, that would be in the initial stage, it would be difficult as a zoologist. Understanding these things and mathematical modeling and all that was very difficult. But I worked with geologists, with botanists, with civil engineers, with the remote sensing experts, and the applied mathematicians at the university. And with that only, I could develop my ideas and understanding about what way we should look into for the conservation of estuary. So transdisciplinary thinking is required, which actually is leading to resolution. Thank you very much.
If anyone has any questions, they can proceed to ask.
It will be little difficult to immediately ask the questions, but my presentation is available with Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal. Anyone can approach, and uh, you are free to disseminate this, because whatever my own words are there that I have spoken, all other things are there that I have taken from the literature. So, and that is mostly the work done by other people. So, my all good wishes to the students for their bright future in the transdisciplinary area of research. Thank you, madam.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. It was such a wonderful presentation, and a lot of learning.
Thank you.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Prasad Karmik and Dr. Dipali Bide for judging the poster presentations under the category Group A. Let's welcome our presenters, Mr. Vicky Patil and Ms. Mrunali Rao. I request Vicky Patil to share his presentation. Is Vicky Patil available over here? Mr. Vicky Patil, are you audible?
Sorry.
Yeah, are you present
Sorry.
on the screen?
I'll be presenting now. Give me a
Yeah,
second.
yeah, sure.
Is the screen visible?
No, sir, not yet.
Give me a second. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Visible now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Patil, if you can send the PPT to Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal, so they can display. Mr. Patil?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes. Yes,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Patil, are you in the
Is
right?
the poster visible? Yes, in the right, ma'am. Is the poster visible now?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vicky Patel. I'm a PhD student of VPS BN Bahadur College of Science. The topic for my today's presentation is assessment of environmental impact of Kambari River pollution on the communities in Bhiwandi, Maharashtra, India. We have all have been known that rivers plays an important role ecological service, also in providing economical services. Rivers in wetland, especially the rivers. Uh, but unfortunately, as we flourishing ahead, as the human population is increasing, as industrialization is eventually all the waste, all the effects are in the wetland, especially the rivers, and eventually over a period of on a larger scale. Doesn't similar on similar work of it. Kambari River, eventually over a period of time, with the advent of textile industry, specifically in these areas, the load of pollution that will be discharge into the river has increased over a period of time. From study area point of view, we had selected the Kambari River, which originates near the Depoli village in the foothills of Tungareshwar Wildlife Sanctuary in the Bhiwandi Taluka. So the river, before getting discharged into the Ullas River estuary, it about 34 kilometer. Out of that 34 kilometer, from the study point, 2 kilometers was selected, and further was divided into three different sections based on the characteristics, the back of the river. For this, the material methods include the information of the river survey was carried out along the local community, and the number was 60. Further, people really to specifically people who were working or who were living around the banks of the rivers, as in case cross people who have occupation around the bank of the river were selected, and a question was carried out by the that was selected was recommendation then that was further Excel. Semi-quantitative scales were used, and Excel was used to coming back to the observation and results. Uh, the main aim of the survey was made as what they conduct physicochemical assessment. The physicochemical assessment provides us insights into the understanding of the present condition. It gives us that that have occurred in the past, and carrying out surveys and interviewing the people who are living around the wetland or around the ecosystem that we are studying can help us provide information about the past event. Hence, the first the resident period of the surveyed population in it. So out of the 60 people surveyed, 36 people were residing from 1981 to 1990s. Then was followed by people belonging from 1960s to 70s. Here what happened is, as people who reside over longer duration, they are key delineation of the complete ecosystem from poor to actually gain insight pollution levels. The second question that was asked to the usage of the past the usage, people said that 6% of the population use resources derived from the river, whereas presently there are people who are using resources. It could be water, it could be water for domestic purpose, it could be water for it could be or it could be for sand dredging particularly. The number has declined over the period. I mean, as the why generalized question was due to the water pollution. The second point was usage in the past. As I said, it was used for domestic purpose or household activity like washing usage, washing vehicles. Sand dredging has been carried out. Industrial water supplies. Fishing was prominent in the cleaning, drinking water, washing clothes, cattle washing. Prominently, it was fishing, washing of clothes, and swimming and bathing. Fast when we moved on to the similar condition, usage type as in present usage, majority was washing of clothes. That too, it was in the upper section of the river where the water quality was fairly good, followed by washing of vehicles. There are certain areas where people park their vehicles and start washing their vehicles around using the same river water. and then bathing and swimming. Again, these three activities are prominent in the upper stretch, whereas fishing, which 10% of the population, is prominently carried out within the downstream, that is in the estuarine part of the river. So if you see the overall period, the type of usage or the resources that have been extracted from the river has changed. Further, water quality people, when asked about to rate the water quality based on their perception, the quality of the water here, one was poor quality and the 10 was good quality. About 40% of the population had the view that the water quality of the river has been very poor. Then it was about 2 3 people. Here in this graph you could see the rating for 1 2 3 scale is higher percentage of people. That is because majority of the people consider is no, the water is not usable and it has been polluted, highly polluted. Then moving on to the and when asked about to the people that who do you think is responsible for the pollution, about 60% of the population said industries, specifically the textile industries in the mid section uh, within the city adjoining river that flows from the Nadi Naka towards Karevli village. There are multiple textile industries, and then Katai, Khoni, Karevli. These industries discharge the wastewater directly. People have experienced the amount of the smells coming out from the effluents regularly, and 60% said that industrial pollution or industrial wastewater that is being discharged into the river is responsible for the pollution, followed by 48% municipal corporation. When asked about why municipal corporation, the people said that the management of waste, solid waste is not that proper, and eventually we could find waste that is being litter all around, and the sewage water again has not been treated by municipal corporation. Hence, municipal corporation. There were few people said that local people also responsible, not just government organization, but local people are also responsible for the pollution because they do not follow the rules and regulations. They do not discard the waste properly, followed by poultry houses and slaughterhouses again discharging the waste directly into the water, adding nutrients, pollution control, new and increasing residential units. Eventually, as new facilities are coming up, amount of wastewater that is being discharged will also increase. Eventually, the treatment facilities are not that adequate to cope up with increasing pressure, and hence residential units, gram panchayats, the local government agencies, government officials and politicians, everyone, some of them said all are responsible, not just government, not just local government. Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, your time is over.
Okay, ma'am.
Kindly sum up.
Yeah, kindly sum up.
Yeah. Overall, sum upping the research, particularly see that people said that there was a period of where the river was being used for drinking purposes, but eventually over a period of time to increase discharge of industrial effluent, as the quality of water has declined, and that is negatively impacting the life of the people, and eventually fish resources of the river has declined drastically in the mid pack, and water quality effluents are being drastically discharged, and again when using the same quality of water, people suffer from health diseases also. Therefore, through the study, it says that the quality of water which was once pure has been declined and reduced to a polluted level, and it's on the verge of being ecologically dead. And actions are taken effectively. The complete river will turn into an drainage system, I would say, just like a river in Mumbai. I'll be thanking Principal Dr. VPN College of Science for providing support for carrying out this research. Thank you.
Thank you. Judges can ask the questions if they want to.
Dipali madam.
Sir, I think I will have to see the chart properly. मला काहीच ऐकू येत नव्हतं. काहीच.
Okay. Then
तुम्ही विचारा. No problem.
Sure, sir. Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Professor Vicky. Good attempt. And one thing, I mean, I suppose the connectivity at your end was not very good. I do not know whether it was at the receiving end or the yeah. So please make sure whenever you are presenting in an online conference, make sure the
Yes, sir.
connectivity is 100%. I mean, now you are completely audible, clearly audible, but in the beginning, anyway. So
Okay.
that is non-technical suggestion from my end. Just one question,
Okay, sir.
right? I suppose this is your doctoral work also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great. I mean, I must congratulate you because the work is really important. It is worth doing research. One question, as I said, how much relevance has it got to your findings to the contribution of the textile mills vis-a-vis domestic
So
pollution?
actually, yeah. When
No,
it's about
again,
textile industry, sewage flow like this. Hello.
yeah, your
Hello.
voice was gone.
Yes. Is it audible now, sir?
Yeah, now
Hello.
gone. You
Yeah,
just
yeah,
go on.
yeah. So textile and digital pollution is so severe that the textile industry is currently also raising effort,
No. I mean, see, you can
of course.
instead of going into details, just let me
Yeah.
know was the contribution of these power mills. Now there are no handlooms, power looms considerable, considered or compared to the domestic pollution, or was domestic pollution more
Yes. So
obvious?
there was, I will rate both of them on
Correct. So, right. Again, my point here is I'm not supporting or, I mean, defending these power looms. They are creating havoc.
yes.
But,
Yeah.
but the domestic pollution also plays very vital role
Yes.
in deteriorating the natural resources, most important water body.
Yes, sir.
So I'm
Yes, sir. Yeah,
sure
that's true.
that again here creating awareness is the most important, right? And
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sure that you must be doing that through your
Yes, sir. It's
research.
going on. Yeah.
Huh?
It's
Yes,
going
yes,
on.
yes.
It's going on,
Okay,
sir.
okay. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
I invite Ms. Brunali Rao to present her poster.
Yeah, sure. Can I share my screen?
Mr. Vicky, please stop screening. Yeah.
Is that, ma'am?
Is my screen is visible?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Yes.
Continue.
And okay. So this is Mrinali. I'm from Nagpur, Maharashtra. Recently, I'm working with Ashoka University as a JRF, Junior Research Fellow, and today I'm going to present my master thesis. So, so my topic is influence of microhabitat, habitat and microhabitat features on oviposition site selection of Indian golden back frog. So my question is, what are the habitat and microhabitat features which influencing the oviposition site selection of Indosilverana indica? So as we know, India have a rich diversity, amphibian diversity. 90% species of the amphibians we found in Western Ghat, and 96% of the species of frog, which is endemic to Western Ghat. So Indian Indosilverana indica is commonly known as Indian golden back frog, and it's belongs from the Rhynidae family. And we mostly found this frog in moist evergreen forest, semi-evergreen forest, grassland, and marshland. So what I examine here, how these species respond to environmental pressure in a field. And the oviposition site, which I feel the oviposition site can be influence the offspring survival and adult fitness. So all through this, I feel the oviposition site selection is really important for the conservation implication. And there is very less work done on the behavior and behavior ecology in amphibians. There is lots of work done on the taxonomy and conservation and development. So relate that, I feel this work is important, and I tried to complete this research gap, and I did my master dissertation on this topic. If you see the species, this is the Indosilverana indica, which is found in most evergreen forests, and the clutch look like this. So I'm showing here the life cycle. It's showing like it's not like that the adults and then the egg clutch and the tadpoles and then froglet and frog. So there is the tadpoles and adults can't move and they same themselves self, but the eggs it's can't move, they are in sessile phase. So it's only depend on the female and male where they're going to choose the site. So my study site's located at the near Bekkenjadi village at Sirsi, Karnataka, India. So I tested here non-random site by sampling three streams, Bekkenjadi, Amblike, and Jambuta. If you see the stream look like this, and this is the map where this is a Sirsi, and this is my study site. So this is the red balloon. It's this is the oviposition sites, and then white balloon. It's a non-random sites where I'm not got a clutch. So, in a January, so my study I carried out in January to February in 2023, 23 in between to 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. to finding to explore the microhabitat for where I got the clutches. So I compare, I collect the data from 64 oviposition site and 58 random sites where I'm not got a clutch. So upon the egg sighting, I take a habitat type and microhabitat type. So I with these all variables. So I take a water depth, water width, nearest bank, canopy cover, water velocity, water temperature, and pH, and microhabitat substrate. Also, I where I got a clutch. So I put one feet PVC pipe where I got a clutch in a center in a position, and I take all microhabitat features. I take a one image, what to see what kind of the substrate type, and again I take this all variables. So using the image J, I using the image J, whichever I put the image with that one by one frame, I put it in a image J software to see what kind of the percentage to estimate the percentage of microhabitat substrate, like what is the percentage of leaf litter, what is the percent of soil, what is the percentage of wood debris, what is the percent of rock. And for the data analysis, I tested the KaiQR goodness fit test to see whether this I indica prefer which habitat is prefer, like moist deciduous forest, areca nut plantation, or paddy field in this three habitat type. I use the generalized linear mix model to test whether the species is specific choosing the one side for the oviposition to lay their eggs or not. So my result is saying the Indosilverana indica prefer the moist deciduous forest compared to other habitat, areca nut, paddy, and root. In their nearest margin where I got the clutch, and so most of the number of the clutch I got in a forest. In their opposite side of the margin of the stream, I got a clutch in a forest, areca nut, and root compared to paddy. So compared to body, the oviposition. So mostly Indica preferred the shallow water nearest bank and warm temperature So it's significantly showing the water depth, water temperature, and nearest bank. It significantly affect the oviposition site of Indosilverana indica. Also, I check the disturbance level. Where is the most disturbance level for where I got the clutch? So the low means in a both side the moist deciduous forest where I got the clutch, and medium means one side is a moist deciduous forest and another side is any habitat type like Arakanat, paddy, and road. And high means the both side not moist deciduous forest but compared to other habitat types. So this is the violin plot where it's showing the this is water depth and the OB positions. So it's not more than 7 centimeter where I got the clutch, and this is a random site where I'm not got the clutch, 8 clutches, and this is the nearest bank where the random sites it's showing and sorry.
Ma'am, your time is up. Kindly sum up your presentation.
Yeah. So this is the just the graphs plots, and my conclusion is saying the January. So for the Indo-Silverana indica is the most monsoon breeder, and it's mostly breed in January to March, and the all where the Indo-Silverana indica choosing the sites is mostly prefer the water parameters, and for the conservation implication we should conserve the moist deciduous forest in for the indica, because mostly here in Karnataka people started a plantation, and that's the main affecting their laying sites. I want to thank to Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal to give me this opportunity to present my work, and all my friends and whoever support me during my dissertation time. So yeah, thank you.
Sir, विचारू मी प्रणिक sir?
विचारा.
Okay, okay. Mrunali, thank you for a new insight in this subject. I have two questions. One is what inspired you to take this topic? And secondly, have you studied any impact of climate change on these particular species of frogs? Whether it covers, whether it is a part of your research?
So first question is like uh, this is a lesser known fauna amphibian and very less work done on their behaviors. So while doing on so many projects and different fauna, I feel like somebody need to work on this lesser known fauna on their behaviors. It's very important to complete that gap and to finding for the conservation something. So that's what first my inspiration to do this work. Second thing is the climate change. I have a dissertation period for the 4 months only, so my window is small, so whatever I can do for 4 months, so I did that. So climate change is for the year we need to do, or at least we need to do for the 5 years, so it's not possible at that time. So yeah.
Okay, maybe you can think of doing research in future, taking the help from the climate change data.
Sure. Recently, I'm working on that time. I'm working on the like breeding. There is a breeding example, so there is a benefit and cost. So now I'm working on their cost. The same species I'm working on recently. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Monali. Good
Thank you, sir.
presentation, good work. Is it the first of its kind work in your area on this species? Or has
This is the
someone
first.
first?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. This is the
Okay.
first study in India for this species as well. There is not work done on any behavior on this species,
Great.
and this is the first in India as well. Yeah.
So you don't have any baseline data to compare.
We're not comparing, sir. We're just trying to find out
No.
whether
Correct.
this species.
No
Yeah.
one has worked on this earlier, you said, right? So
Yeah.
whatever
Yes, sir.
data you are collecting will be the baseline data, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good that it is behavioral study, and yes, many people do on other simpler aspects, but not behavioral study. Was this a particular time bound project? You said I worked only for 4 months,
Yeah.
or
Yes,
was
sir.
it for your degree?
Sir, yeah, for my master dissertation. Yeah, this is for my master
Master
thesis.
dissertation.
Yeah.
So you should take it further for your doctoral research, because this particular is a okay. You said that they particularly prefer moist and such this thing. They generally are found in water, near water, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So obviously, I mean that particular. Did you find any striking observation where the other sites in other places, maybe out of India or in India, other than your stage site, different observation than theirs? Did you find any such observation
For
which
the other
otherwise
species or same species in other
same
kind
same
of
same,
habitat?
same species, same species?
Sir, this is the North Western Ghat.
Correct.
This is Northwestern Ghat, and this species only distributed in this part. So I'm not see this species, this kind of
Anywhere
observation in
else? So,
other anywhere else. Yeah, this is endemic, so only found in
okay, okay,
Northwestern Ghat.
good.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, yes. Great. Thank you,
Thank you, sir. Yeah,
and all the very best.
thank you, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mrunali Raut. And I now thank Dr. Prasad Karnik and Dr. Dipali Bide for judging the poster presentation under the category Group A. And here we conclude our technical session 2. We will resume in 10 minutes for the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back everybody. Let's begin with our technical session 3. To begin with, I would like to invite Miss Purnima Shirgaonkar to invite our distinguished speaker, Dr. Aparna Phadke.
I would like to introduce today's lead speaker, Dr. Aparna Phadke ma'am. Dr. Aparna Phadke ma'am is Assistant Professor of Department of Geography, University of Mumbai. Her PhD work on urban geography completed under Mumbai University. She has 20 years teaching experience. Her area of research is urban geography, climate change and sustainability, circular economy, gender studies, and urban mental health. As a professor, she has monitoring research work. Dr. Aparna Phadke, ma'am, 6 research work published in various international journals, also published 6 chapters in various books. She is also involved in a campus development activity, especially biodiversity audit, carbon neutral campus, climate change and sustainability studies. I would like to request Aparna ma'am to share her words.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and this is the post-lunch session. So we will begin with the discussion. It's 2:06. So I will be finishing by 2:20 and 5 minutes if at all you need to have any kind of a discussion. So I will start my presentation. I hope you are able to see my PPT. Is it visible? Full mode, full screen? Okay, thank you so much. So basically the topic which has been given to me is quantitating the wetlands. Now, when I was actually deliberating on this particular topic, I can see that basically, two ways you can approach this particular topic. The first is that what kind of ecological services the wetland is providing, and the second is basically economic services. But then we cannot simply restrict to ecological and economic, but rather we need to also expand it further and try to also understand the tangible and intangible. So there are certain benefits that can be seen that are measurable, but there are certain you can say benefits that are unseen, hidden, and it is difficult to really quantify them. Now if you look at the ecosystem services, and if you just search that what exactly the wetlands they are supposed to do, uh, you will find that when it comes to this, just a minute, स्लाइड मोड मध्ये दिसत नाही, स्लाइड दिसत नाही का? हां ठीक आहे. Okay, so if you look at this particular ecosystem services, so you'll find that we can organize rather these services and categorize them as provisioning. So basically what kind of, you can say, facilities, what kind of you can say food supply or other things, basically the wetland ecosystems they provide. So you'll find that this is very interesting, that one of the very important aspect is that it is the food supply in the form of aquatic life. In fact, you will find that there have been several such artificial ponds that are now having such kind of aquaculture developed. And specifically, if you look at West Bengal, you will find that in West Bengal, such kind of, you can say, wetland creation is very common. And you will find that even every year you will find that the temporary wetlands are created for the purpose of this particular fish harvest. Similarly, you will find that when it comes to Kerala is also famous for the backwaters, and there also you can see that the wetlands are basically used for such kind of, you can say, fish harvest, and that can be categorized as one of the economic services. Why? Because people earn because of this. People also have access to food, but plus they also can earn out of this particular, you can say, fish harvest. Then you will find that if you look at the wetland ecosystems, they are actually one of the very important natural regulators. So whenever it comes to natural regulations, I think one of the previous speakers, Dr. Nandini Deshmukh, has already spoken about it. So I will simply try to highlight that what could be the regulating kind of a function. The first is they are basically the sponge, and as they are the sponge, you will find out they are the ones, who basically try to absorb rather the water. And you will find that as it is a sponge, you will find that they are also responsible for the penetration of groundwater. And when the penetration of groundwater is happening, obviously it is something called as aquifer recharge. It's not just about where the wetlands are located, but as you know that whenever it comes to lithology, so lithological structure is peculiar, and hence you will find that the wetland is not going to just charge the aquifers just beneath it, but also the aquifers that are in the surrounding of the wetland as well. Then you will find that whenever it comes to flood control, wetlands are one of the very important, you can say, elements that can arrest the flood water, and they can actually keep the flood water from actually going to some uncontrollable heights, provided the wetlands are preserved. Whenever it comes to supporting, another very important in regulating, it is basically the natural elements. So there are trees, they also absorb the carbon, but you will find that it is believed that wetlands are basically the most vital elements in carbon sequestration, and hence you will find that whenever wetlands are present there, you will find that they can actually regulate the carbon in the atmosphere. Whenever it comes to supporting, so wetlands have a unique habitat. So for example, if you look at Thane Creek, and then the kind of, you can say, ecosystems that are there. So these are basically mangroves, and these mangroves are very, very important. These are the unique ecosystem. So when your flora is unique, you are also going to have a very unique fauna, and hence, say another example, Sundarbans. So if you look at these wetlands, you will find that they're very important in nutrient recycling, and they're also very important in supporting very unique kind of a habitat when it comes to the preservation. Cultural services, now this is something very complicated because if you look at the tourist behaviors, you'll find that tourist, if at all it is ecotourism, then only these kind of, you can say, services can be considered as per my opinion. Because whenever it comes to cultural services, here recreation is there, but you'll find that traditionally, if you look at the cultural services, you will find that water and water bodies, they have a major, you can say, uh, a role, or rather major, you can say, significance when it comes to any religious functions. Right now you will find that there is a Mahakumbha going on, and there you will find that Ganges river, and so many millions of devotees there, they have gathered over there. So this one, you can say, example can explain what kind of religious importance has been given in particular religions. You will find that when it comes to culture, it's not just about the organized religions, but it is also about the tribals. You will find that tribals, they have a special, you can say, status. They give a special status to water bodies, and you will find that many a times when we were surveying the wetlands for say Karjat Khalapur tehsils in Raigad districts. So we have surveyed some 22 wetlands in Karjat Khalapur tehsil, and we could see that there is a lot of, you can say, cultural importance attached to wetlands, where you will find that for many functions, to begin with, they will first worship the water, and then they will initiate the remaining, you can say, traditions and rituals. and whatever cultural festivals they have. So this is something very, very important when it comes to the cultural services. When it comes to recreation, I have my own reservations because you will find that sustainable and ecotourism practices are very less. And so most of the times what we have seen is in the name of the recreation, the ecosystems, the wetlands are basically destroyed. The good examples are that the man-made embankments, then many a times you'll find that there is a beautification kind of a process of wetlands, which is actually responsible for killing the wetlands. I mean, our own city, Thane, and the kind of, you can say, beautification has been done in Thane. Even you will find that nowadays there are many riverfront development projects, and these are actually for the purpose of recreation, but then they are not always really good for the health of the water bodies, rivers, and wetlands. Now, if at all we need to quantify the wetlands, you need to create a baseline data. And what kind of a baseline data? So to understand how the wetlands are contributing ecologically, to understand they are contributing economically, culturally, so we need to collect and pile up this particular wetland related data. So what could be the baseline data? The first very important aspect is biological data, where you will find out what kind of habitat is there, which unique species of you can say flora and fauna are there, what is the diversity, what is the biomass in that particular wetland. So the first quantification comes with the biological data. The second quantification is with the water quality data, because most of the wetlands you will find that they are actually polluted. If you look at the rivers in India, you will find that it's important to understand that it's the percentage of rivers polluted in India, and that comes to be 100% rivers are polluted in India. There are hardly any virgin patches. Even if you go to Himalayas, the pollution is there. Pollution can be again hidden. Say, for example, one of our research was on microplastic, and you will find that the microplastic, you will find that is also another threat to the wetlands. But most of the wetlands, they are not under any kind of vigilance, and that is the reason you will find that pollution, then the reclamation, and all these issues are always linked with the wetland, and hence they also affect the water quality. So what kind of, you can say, parameters can be, so I've just cited some few parameters, measuring parameters like dissolved oxygen, nutrient levels, then pollutants, and so it could be nitrates, and it could be ORP. Many other, you can say, dimensions can be checked when it comes to the water quality. And then you will find that hydrological data is also important. Monitoring the water levels, like yesterday only we made a visit, 29th we made a visit to our own wetland, and we could realize that a patch of wetland is dry. There is no water. Like last year, the same month when we had visited, there was water, and this year there is no water. Now, such kind of a monitoring is required, because then only one can understand that what exactly is the problem, and how the problem can be resolved, and why actually the water is not there, because this is something very serious if the water levels are reducing. What is the flow rate, and what are the patterns, like what kind of erosional processes are basically active in that particular wetland, and how far they are basically affecting the wetland, whether they are affecting adversely or they're affecting in say positively. Generally, there are valuation methods, because the biggest problem with all the natural elements is that you're not able to really emerge with a proper value, because value is something that is man created. It is the human culture that creates a value, value in the sense of price, value in the sense of currency, and hence whenever it comes to the valuation methods, you will find out there could be three approaches: market-based methods, where you will find that the direct market prices, such as cost of replacing ecosystem services with human-made infrastructure. So let's take example. It's not related with wetland, but I'm just giving you one example, that oxygen parlors. And when actually people are on ventilator and when they need oxygen support, oxygen that is freely available in the atmosphere air, And when actually we go for such kind of a ventilator support, what kind of amount of money is required for that oxygen? That is something probably the approach with which we can go back to the wetlands and see that the kind of services they provide, how we can really emerge with a very effective method of calculating the value on the basis of service, and what kind of a market, you can say, rates we have to offer for these services. So we can basically have that approach. Second is contingent valuation, where you try to understand how people value and what kind of a willingness people have to pay for the ecosystem services. So on the basis of that, even we can emerge with some valuation. And third is cost benefit analysis, that if you look at the ecosystem, so suppose if the ecosystems are getting degraded, so what kind of, you can say, cost we have to pay, what kind of, you can say, you can say toll the degradation is taking place, and what kind of a toll on whom it is, and then what could be the price to settle down that. That is one. And so it is versus the benefit. So suppose instead we go for the conservation, so what could be the cost of it? If you look at the quantification, so here I would like to mention Department of Life Science, students and faculties from Department of Life Science, students from Department of Geography, Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal, and their entire team. Because whatever maps now I'm going to show, these all maps are basically the collective efforts of all these three, you can say, organizations. So if you look at the quantification, say for example, for water quality measurements, we can have all these parameters done. Now, what we have done is for the University of Mumbai, we have a wetland here which is spread across 32 acres. And so what we did was we basically went for the quantification. And if you look at this particular map, this map actually talks about the location. So you can see the wetland in the blue. And if you look at the map, you will find that this particular mapping was done with the help of students from Department of Geography, Life Science, and the mapping was done by Mr. Nikhil Gavai. So if you look at this, you will find that there are 7, you can say, locations you can see. And here actually we collected the water samples just to understand that what is the quality of water right now. And we were pretty happy to see that the water is fresh, there are less pollutants, and at the same time you will find that there are the dissolved oxygen rate is also pretty okay. And hence, we can consider this particular wetland, if not as a saline wetland, but as a you can say freshwater wetland. And now with this kind of a quantification, now it is possible for us to decide that suppose if you want to go for any kind of, you can say, further development of wetland, you will find that the further development of wetland can be done by selecting the appropriate species of flora that will help the specific fauna and support the specific fauna. If you look at the next map, this is something very important because most of the wetlands you require to have the high flood line. And so that also we did with the help of, you can say, GIS. So it's basically GPS. Okay, just a minute. Is it visible? It is still not visible? Visible? Okay. Yeah, actually, the maps are of the HD quality, so it's taking probably time. I forgot to convert it into PDF. I'm sorry for that. So if you look at this, you will find that this is HFL. And if you look at this HFL, so you can see the red zone marked as the 75-meter no development zone, which is very much required for the protection of wetland. And this is what we have done. Can you see the slide now? These are the pictures taken by our Samiksha, who is the head of the department. from Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal, and it is on the important aspect that when you want to actually go for the biodiversity register, so you need to actually capture the photographs on site with the location. So Samiksha has captured these photographs. As our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir was mentioning, so we could actually have the printed stock, which is something new that we have understood here. Now, how do we do it? You know, this is basically, people like you, me, everyone can do it. And here actually geography plays a major important role, because what is important is location. What is important is the spatial mapping of all these wetlands. When it comes to even like identification of biological, say, diversity, whether these are the water samples, anything you require a location. And hence you will find that we actually have this particular methodology with which we work. There is something called as Kobo toolkit, which is very user friendly, with the help of QGIS, that's an open source GIS. So with the help of all these, we have actually tried to go for the mapping and surveying. Now this is another wetland. This was actually presented by Mr. Nikhil Gavai and Mr. Kapil Ashtekar, and they had actually done this particular under my guidance. So I'm using these images, and here you can very clearly see that how we have done. So this is the red line is the HFL that is there, and in the second map you can see that we have actually geotagged the trees in this Karambeli wetland, and we could also see the names of the trees and everything over there. This is the spatial query which we have executed when it comes to this particular Karambeli wetland. So this is the insect diver territory we have mapped. So basically the flora, each flora is associated with a specific fauna. So we were trying to see the occurrence of flora, specific flora, and also try to link it with the associated fauna. And so this is something that we tried to map. Recording in progress. The most important that everyone should be there. So we were also actually, we call them as barefoot botanist, because these are the local people and with whom basically the surveys have been conducted, and they were the one who helped us in identification of the trees when we went to the wetlands. So quantification of wetland is something which is linked with the community. And if the communities are trained to quantify the wetlands with all these kinds of, you can say, techniques that we describe as people science, then only it is possible for monitoring the wetland and also evaluating the impact and other such kind of, you can say, initiatives. The same technology we have used for our Mumbai University Kalina campus, where we have geotagged some 5,357 trees, and you can see that in the map we have QR coded the trees. So we have this kind of a biodiversity. In total we have spotted some 64 birds in the campus. Half of them are migratory birds, and they are basically attracted because of the wetland. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. If anybody has any questions, they can proceed. I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay Joshi to introduce our prestigious speaker, Dr. PG Kare. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce today's speaker for this lead lecture, Dr. Purushottam Kale. He holds a PhD degree from Mumbai University in zoology, which he was awarded in way back in 1985. Most creditable thing which I would like to highlight about his career is that he's not just one or two, but three MSc degrees to his credit. He obtained MSc in zoology by paper in 1976, then MSc by research in 1982. But before that, he also studied botany and got MSc in botany in 1980. He has contributed to the novel profession of teaching for 43 years and retired as a professor and head of the zoology department from Junjunwala College, Ghatkopar, Mumbai. He also served as a principal, College of Computer Science and Information Technology, Mahad. He's a recognized university teacher for MSc degree, that is zoology, visiting faculty in various esteemed educational institutions in Mumbai and around. He has 38 years of research experience and is a recognized guide for MSc and PhD in University of Mumbai for zoology. And he has guided 10 students so far for this. He has 41 papers published in renowned journals, peer-reviewed journals, uh, national as well as international. He has undertaken and completed several environmental impact assessment projects with Environmental Engineering Department, IIT Mumbai. One of the most creditable thing, again, which I would like to highlight is is actively involved in selecting and training of students participating in International Biology Olympiad. And so far, he has accompanied the team of the students who participated in the International Biology Olympiad at Brisbane in Australia in 2004, then Mumbai 2008, Tsukuba in Japan in 2009, Bali, Indonesia in 2014, and Coventry in UK in 2017. And I think most of these the students have won the, yes, they have got the medals in this. So with this, I end my introduction and I request Dr. Kale sir to take over. Thank you.
Namaskar. Yes, I'm going to speak about wetlands and tourism. Well, tourism is something which is near and dear to almost every person. And it is but natural that to search a respite from the concrete jungle and the busy schedules here, people would like to go to a natural environment. Moreover, with the increasing temperatures every year, and the wetlands offering 2 to 3 degrees lesser temperature wherever you go near a wetland, the wetlands become a great tourist attraction. Can I have the next slide? Well, the tours that are conducted to natural environments are referred to as ecotours. Well, ecotourism is supposed to be tourism that is focused not just on enjoying themselves and naturally their families. It is appreciation of the nature and also involves sustaining the well-being of the local people. Well, ecotourism and tourism in general has been contributing greatly to the GDP of several countries in the world. Well, it impacts the local residents as well as the environment in both positive as well as negative ways. The systematic such tourisms would naturally help the policymakers as well as local governing bodies in prioritizing their activities. So ecotourism, a sustainable and a green venture. Well, in fact, to the young researchers, it gives a great opportunity for conducting the research projects on wetlands, because wetlands are, without boundary in India, in a sense that we are a peninsular country, and we have backwaters, we have estuaries, we have mountain ranges giving birth to the rivers, streams, there are lakes, there are backwaters. Well, so wetlands are in plenty. And because of this bounty, you can have a research project designed in your local area. Some wetland or the other is definitely going to be there. So that provides you a great opportunity, first of all. Well, such projects are relatively fewer, and naturally, therefore, your research project can definitely be approved by the funding agency or by the university where you want to conduct the research. Well, wetlands are the ecosystems that provide, plenty of ecosystem services, including support to the biodiversity. And these ecosystem services definitely can be appreciated better by visiting these natural ecosystems. No, sorry. Earlier slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So, well, the balance of the factors influencing ecosystems are being altered mainly because of the anthropogenic stresses. And a research is supposed to be a great idea in guiding the local governments to plan and implement the conservation means. Next slide, please. Well, India has 85 Ramsar sites. In the next point, I have given the distribution state-wise, but that isn't important here. So the ecological benefits being provided by these wetlands would definitely lure the researchers into carrying out research of various aspects of it. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. Here is what you all can do. There are certain benefits of the ecotourism. Now, these benefits may include increased income to the locals. Well, there have been several incidences of cases in India wherein the former poachers have been converted into, ardent conservationists. That is through the ecotours. Well, local government as well as the state and central government is focusing on the conservation of their natural bounties. And for that, those people who are staying nearby and who know each nook and corner of the place would naturally be the best guides. Also, the homestay concept is gaining importance almost all throughout the countries, and that also provides an income to the locals. It is necessary for a continuous monitoring of this, keeping a record of how the economic benefits go to locals for a better planning of this kind. Well, the need to communicate with the tourists who come from various places in the country, also from outside countries. So the language skills would improve necessarily. There is training given to the locals as guides, work as guides. So all this would improve their educational background. Education would also lead to gender equality and the other improvements, cultural improvements as well. This can be logged one way or the other. Well, increased awareness towards conservation is another benefit that ecotourism gives. Well, no doubt that the tourists are interested in looking at various Is there a problem? Thank you. Okay, let's go back. Well, the tourists are interested in looking at specific wild organisms, maybe plants, maybe animals, and so on, maybe birds. They are interested in photography. They are interested in looking at the seasonal variations in at these places and so on. And this percolates down to the locals as well. Well, no doubt that the locals look at the benefits they gain from the natural ecosystem in various ways, and the training improves this further. Next slide. Because the ecotourism is giving them income, naturally, the locals as well as the locals as well as the tourists need a good supply of drinking water. Also, if the waters of the wetland are clean, necessarily the biodiversity is maintained in a better manner, and therefore the quality of water improves because of ecotourism. There is diet awareness as well, because the tourists should demand for healthy and locals. They also are on giving the tests of local cuisines to these tourists. So the combination would necessarily make both the tourists as well as the locals aware of variations in the diet and what can be a good healthy diet and so on. So socio-cultural kind of research in this regard would be apt. Well, aesthetic sense is one important demand for any tourist attraction. Necessarily, if the place that will attract more tourists, and this leads to more income. Naturally, therefore, there is almost always an inclination towards making the places beautiful. For example, in Goa, it is almost mandatory for residents to paint their houses every year, and that these paints also are not dull or common common to all houses in an area, but they so that tourists get attracted towards them. Example I'm giving you, uh, particularly the beautification of the place when it is being made, it is necessary to avoid the invasive species because they would attack the native species in an adverse manner, and that care has to be taken. So, if research teams organize the surveys and convince the locals and the local governing bodies that may improve without any harm to the local ecosystems. Next slide. Can I have the next slide? Yeah. There are plenty of negative impacts of ecotours as well. First of all, the anthropogenic activities are concentrated when it is ecotour onto some spectacular species. Like for example, we have tiger project. So whenever a tourist visits a tiger sanctuary, the first attraction is naturally tigers. And well, in several of my tours, I have experienced this, that the tourists grant, special bonus to the drivers and to the guides if the tiger is seen. Obviously, therefore, there is a stress. The speed at which the vehicles are supposed to go, unfortunately, increases. And since they are the dirt roads, naturally, this would spread, the tiny particles into the air so that the quality of the air goes down and so on and so forth. Well, this is just a tiny example of it. There are many activities that would necessarily stress the wildlife. We will soon discuss them in the further categories, but well, as was discussed earlier, a baseline data is needed, and necessarily the changes happening in that have to be monitored over a period. The tourist places are developed in a way as to construct accommodations, to construct the recreation sites and exhibition centers and information centers and whatnot. For this, necessarily, the vegetation is cleared. Maybe when the dirt tracks roads are made, when these constructions are made, the habitat gets fragmented, sometimes even destructed. And this causes, another stress on the wildlife, particularly the species like tiger that we had looked into. A tiger ideally needs about 11 square kilometers area for itself. But in many of our tiger projects, there is hardly about 5 square kilometer per tiger. So, of course, this also is because of the number of tigers increasing. But the situation isn't good. And particularly when the habitat gets fragmented, stress on the wildlife. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. Well, the roads leading to their tourist destination may still be frequented by the wild animals. Not just the tourist places, but any road you travel on in monsoon season for that matter, you can see, frogs and toads and snakes being crushed under the vehicles. So speeding vehicles may cause accidents, and wildlife, whatever kind it is being destroyed, damaged. There are deaths due to this. Well, no doubt there have been sporadic attempts to log these deaths, but I think more systematically this has to be studied. Similarly, there are many zoonotic diseases. Zoonotic diseases are the diseases that are passed on by the animals. Like for example, there are RMO diseases, arthropod diseases. The mosquitoes is just one common example of the arthropod, which would spread various diseases. Well, there are healthy subjects that are being infected because of the infested animals around, or may be the other way around, that the infested person would visit a site of equator and the wildlife would become carrier of the pathogens. So either way, the spread of epidemics is one of the negative impacts of tourism. The pathogen of any kind causing any disease always is opportunist. Whenever there is an increased population, when there is crowding, the pathogens find a good opportunity to spread. And therefore, tourism, particularly when the tourists go like mad in a specific season in a place, this zoonotic diseases is a negative impact. And this too has to be systematically studied so as to control on the number of tourists visiting a place. Well, the feeding of animals is bad, and almost every tourist knows about it, but is lured into offering food to the birds, the fish, the mammals that are seen around, probably because a person feels that offering food to these animals would secure a place in heaven. But it is exactly the other way around, because it is an unfamiliar food, a food which is not of natural origin, and naturally, therefore, the physiology of the animal that would be consuming it is altered. Not just that, but the packets of food, if they are thrown indiscriminately here and there, the animals lured by the smell might eat away the plastics, and that gives even more problems to the wildlife. So one has to be very careful about feeding the animals and best disposal as well. Cases logged would definitely help in implementing appropriate measures to avoid this. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. Well, knowingly, unknowingly, people create barriers to the migration of animals. The best case one says is about the elephant migrations. Elephants are huge, and they have somehow a very fixed migratory route. And if there are, constructions made, if there are agricultural fields that are created that were not there earlier, the elephant would destroy them while migrating. And then there would be a conflict between wildlife and people. People, because they feel that the wildlife is destroying their earnings, they might try and poison them. They might disturb them by probably loud shouts and drums and whatnot. And this too is a stressor for the animals. Constructing small and large bunds in the flowing waters, maybe for different purposes, would affect the migration of fish like salmons for that matter, because they come from seas and try to go to the headwaters in the stream, and these bunds create barriers in their movements. So a systematic study investigation of such barriers created knowingly, unknowingly would definitely guide the government agencies in taking appropriate steps. Well, the distribution of species of animals, birds, would definitely be affected by tourist activities. They often shift their locations because of the frequenting of the place by the tourists. And naturally, when the tourists do not find the animals in a specific area, they would try and invade some other areas, and that constantly puts a pressure on the animals. Also, because of the trampling, the saplings of the plants are destroyed, and this also is one of the causes of an imbalanced distribution of the plants animals in a given area. Well, so logging of these anthropogenic stresses causing alteration in the species composition or distribution has to be done, and you have a scope there too. Well, the species composition is altered probably in one more way, and that is improper management of the waste. Finding food, the scavengers of various types would invade the area, and naturally this alters the natural food chains and the food web at that place. Well, a careful study of this might again guide the local governing authorities to take appropriate uh, steps towards solving this problem. Next slide, please. Yeah. The community structure often gets altered in enclosed water bodies. Why so? Again, the tourists may offer food to the fish, food to the migratory birds like gulls and all. And this might cause, because the food is not all consumed by the animals to which it is being offered, it causes, consumption of oxygen. And there is, a depletion of oxygen level in the water. Also, the bacteria, fungi grow in greater numbers, and greater variety of them will get established. And this also causes alteration in the community structure. And one more stressor there is supposed to be the boating. Maybe the pedal boats, maybe the automatic boats. That would cause from physical disturbance to chemical spillage, oil spillage in the water. And this too would alter the community structure of the water body, enclosed water body. The quality of the sediments is anything and everything that settles at the bottom of a water body. Again, because of excessive tourism pressure, the sedimentation rate increases. The organic sediments, particularly because of the wastewater being released into the water body, might cause again an alteration in the species composition of the place. Well, also the nutrient cycles are disturbed. Often the heavy metals accumulate, and this is detrimental to the entire ecosystem. The vehicular traffic, the air conditioners that are run almost 24/7 in the tourist places, the campfires, the extra cooking that has to be undertaken to feed the tourists, the aerosols used by the tourists, all these would lead to air pollution. The quality of the air goes down, and with that, the chemicals are leached into the water body, and the composition of the water also is altered. A proper investigation, a systematic investigation would necessarily lead to the appropriate steps to be undertaken. Well, all the tourist places are very well lit, excessively lit, and this alters circadian rhythm of the local flora and fauna. Often we observe that untimely flowers are there in several trees, or probably the trees cease flowering, fruiting. And if you appropriately investigate into the reasons, you will find that disturbed circadian rhythm is the answer to this. Flowering response specifically is dependent on the duration of light and darkness. And if this cycle is disturbed, necessarily the flowering is altered. Um, and therefore, a systematic survey of the place can dictate once again the regulatory aspects of conservation. Social influence, necessarily the locals want to provide all facilities and amenities to the tourists. The tourists would definitely love to enjoy local music, the traditional dance, and so on. This no doubt revives the ancient traditional music, dance, etc. But at the same time, this lures particularly the youth of the locals into glamorous ways of life, which they cannot afford. And therefore, there is great social disturbance that is created through this. Once again, though empirical research is rather difficult, the socio-cultural research has to be undertaken to record this. Well, as it is, the tourist places are remote. They're not close to any city or town. And therefore, the natural resources available there are confined. There is a lot of competition between the tourists and the locals for such a natural resources. And because of the greater monetary strength, the tourists get an advantage over locals. Locals are deprived of their natural share of the resources. And naturally, to regulate this, an appropriate data is necessary for the regulatory authorities. Can I have the next slide, please? So here are some general observations for the young prospective researchers. They can focus on the long-term impacts of wetland tourism. As it is, I've told you that there are fewer projects, research projects on wetlands, and still fewer if you think of the long-term impact. And necessarily, therefore, you have an opportunity, if you are local to the area, you can definitely collect data of maybe 10 years or even more of the impacts of ecotourism in that particular place, that locality. Well, the social cultural dynamics, the integration of technology into tourism activity, which is rather gaining strength, particularly recently, right from booking your tour to probably finding the appropriate homestay. Everything today is being through the recent internet technologies or various apps that are readily available. So one can research into this too. Well, the relationship between tourism and sustainable development is very complex, very dynamic, and if there is enough data available, if there is enough information available, one can get an insight into appropriate policies to regulate tourism, to conserve the wetlands and so on. So one can easily control the development, at the same time conserve the natural habitats if appropriate decisions are taken. So I sincerely appeal to the young prospective researchers to prepare research proposals on the local wetlands and help in their conservation. Thank you for a patient listening and all the best for your research. If there are questions, I'm ready for them.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we will proceed to the poster presentations under the category Group B. I would like to invite Dr. Prasad Karnik and Dr. Dipali Bhide for judging the poster presentation. I would also like to invite Mr. Pranay Khadanga for presenting their poster. Mr. Pranay Khadanga. This is the last call for Mr. Pranay Khadanga. If you are there, please present your presentation. I now request Mr. Pradeep Mane to present their presentation. Mr. Pradeep Mane, please present your poster. This is the last call for Mr. Pradeep Mane. Sir, please present your poster. If Mr. Pranay Khadanga and Mr. Pradeep Mane are there in the conference, please address to us. I now invite Dr. Prasad Karnik and Dr. Dipali Bhide for judging the poster presentation under the category Group B. I now request Ms. Divya Ghag to present her poster.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Just a second.
Ma'am, your voice is cracking. You're not audible. Ms. Divya, please present your poster.
Ma'am, I'm not able to share my screen.
It's okay. Can you send the poster to Paryavaran Dakshata Mandal's
Yes.
email ID?
Just a second.
Yeah. Please send it immediately. Ms. Divya, we got your presentation of the poster. We will present it shortly. Please be available in the meeting.
Yes. Ma'am, can you please zoom in? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Divya Subhash Ghag. I am student of College of Forestry, Dapoli. Today I am going to present my master's research. My topic is identification and quantification of intangible benefits of mangrove ecosystem services in west coast of Ratnagiri district. First of all, what are mangroves? Mangrove is a tropical woody evergreen tree or forest belonging to the genus Rhizophora that flourish in muddy, low oxygen soil characterized by high salinity, significant tidal fluctuations, strong winds, and elevated temperatures. These are typically found in land-water interface in tropical or subtropical regions. The term mangar and mangu are commonly used in American, Spanish, and Portuguese context to denote trees, shrubs belonging to the genus Rhizophora. The present study was conducted to determine WTP for mangrove conservation and the relative importance of intangible benefits of mangrove ecosystem services. First, what is intangible benefits? Intangible benefits are the indirect benefits that or which are hidden or that are difficult to measure or quantify. Then is the methodology. First is study area. The research was carried out in Ratnagiri district. Ratnagiri district. First of all, we selected 7 talukas. From each taluka, 2 villages were selected randomly, and then from each village, 10 respondents were chosen using purposive sampling method according to their occupational status. That is, from each village, 2 farmers, 2 fishermen, 2 below poverty or landless laborers, 2 student or education or one who is taking education, and 2 employees. Likewise, the total sample size was 140. Then is the methodology. The contingent valuation method was used to calculate the willingness to pay, and the data was collected using a structured questionnaire and face-to-face interviews. Now you can see this is the study area. The small triangles which you can see are the villages. These are the villages selected. Means this is the main study area. And then there are some photographs of survey. Ma'am, please take it down. Then is the result and discussion. First is willingness to pay. Willingness to pay was calculated using contingent valuation method. The amount that local community were willing to contribute for mangrove conservation were identified through open-ended question. Out of the total respondent who were ready to contribute, only 63% people. Among that 63% people contributed between 0 to 51 rupees. 26% people contributed between 51 to 100, and 26% and 10% people were ready to contribute 101 to 200 rupees, and only 1% were willing to pay 201 and above amount. Then is the second objective was identifying the intangible benefits. The respondents were asked to enlist the important intangible benefits, and then intangible benefits you can see in this graph that they are chosen according to the local community. The top 5 ecosystem services where the top 5 ecosystem services were protection from storm and flood, then was breeding ground for fish, third was nesting for birds, and fourth was control soil erosion, and then was give scenic view to the village. Then these identified intangible benefits were the local community were told to give the relative importance. That is, they were told to rate these intangible benefits, and you can see next graph. There you can see the relative importance of each intangible benefits. Then finally, we came with the conclusion that the presence concluded that the overall mean willingness to pay for mangrove conservation was rupees 77.64 per month per household. The total 20 intangible benefits were identified by the respondents, and top 5 ranked services were protection from flood, followed by breeding ground for fish, control soil erosion, give scenic view to the village, and finally the tourism and recreation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Divya. The judges can ask their questions.
Thank you, Divya. Acha, I have not understood the difference between the tangible and intangible benefits. Can you please highlight more on that?
Yes, ma'am. Tangible benefits are one which can be quantified, and intangible benefits are those which cannot be quantified or measurable. This is the main difference.
So you can give me an example of tangible.
Yes, intangible benefits are like soil erosion or protection from flood and storm. This comes under intangible benefits, and tangible benefits are the direct products we get from the ecosystem services, like fish production, honey, and likewise.
Okay, but the poster is on mangrove ecosystem, right?
Yes.
So have you identified any tangible benefits from the mangrove ecosystem that you have studied?
No,
Are those mangroves? Mangroves used as a product in any way in that area?
No, ma'am. I have just focused on intangible.
Intangible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Karnik sir, you can ask.
Hello, Karnik sir. Do you have any question for Divya?
Okay. No, I was unable to hear for last 5 minutes. No question, Divya. Nice attempt. Just, I would suggest that prepare better for the presentation. Okay. Right. The topic was very important, very pertinent. Actually, not only to this particular occasion, World Wetlands Day, or not only to our Konkan region, but everywhere. Okay, one question. What was the response by the people that? But I want to hear, I mean, whether on a score of 1 to 10, overall, how was the response by the local people to your questionnaire or to your questions?
Sir, in some places, people were very much
Reluctant.
attentive, or they were very much involved in the questionnaire.
No,
But
that is
in
all.
some
Simple.
villages,
Just a minute.
yes, sir.
Overall,
Overall,
wherever, overall, from 1 to 10, how would you rate?
I would rate, sir, 7.
7. Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's great response overall. So they
Yes.
were not very reluctant. They responded, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Good. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Divya. I would like to thank Dr. Prasad Karnik and Dr. Dipali Vide for judging the poster presentation. And further, I request Dr. Rupali ma'am to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Tanishka. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great honor to be here today to offer a sincere vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee for this first day of National Conference on World Wetlands Day. I would like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, Professor Ravindra Kulkarni, for his support and vision. We really appreciate your taking time out of your busy schedule and gracing this occasion. I am deeply grateful to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Deepak Apte sir, for his insightful presentation. My special thanks are accorded to Dr. Vishwanath Patil sir, Director of Nanotechnology, for the comfortable venue and the attendant infrastructure. A special mention with the gratitude to the staff of the NCNN for their active cooperation. I would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to Mr. Sinkar and Mangesh Guru of DICT for enabling the digital platform and providing technical support to us. Mr. Ashok Gule sir, Deputy Registrar of GAD, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to your enthusiastic support in our co-curricular activities, as well as for the infrastructure support extended by your department. Yes, my sincere thanks to our to Dr. Nandini Deshmukh Madam, Dr. Kauresh Vachrajani Sir, Dr. Kai Sir, and Dr. Aparna Fatke Madam for their valuable insights on all the sub-themes of the conference. I appreciate the efforts of all our judges, Dr. Indu Madam, Dr. Varsha Madam, Dr. Mansi Madam, Dr. Karnik Sir, Dr. Dipali Bide Madam, and Dhanashri Madam. My sincere thanks to our comparer for today, Ms. Naina and Ms. Tanishka for their great support. I sincerely appreciate Dr. Aparna Fatke Madam for her strong support support for everything. To all the participants who joined today, we expect your physical attendance tomorrow for the conference. Thank you for the day.
Thank you.
Yes, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, we all are expecting you, all the participants. 9 to 9:30, we will be having the registration, and after that, we'll have the breakfast and the inaugural session, followed by the keynote address, and then the technical sessions will begin. And after the lunch, we will have the validity session. Okay, so we expect all of you to present there for tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello. Everyone who will be joining tomorrow are requested to note down the location and venue for tomorrow. Green Technology Auditorium, Department of Nanoscience and Nanotechnology, University of Mumbai, Kalina Campus, Santa Cruz East. You have to come by 9 a.m. for registration. The conference will start by 10 a.m. If you have any doubt, you can contact on the given numbers. Have a good day. Also, we will be having a banner which will give you a scan to scan the QR code for location.